Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto was a Kenjutsu Prodigy, samurai path. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The rusted edge. The bottle arced through the air, a dark green blur against the setting sun, and shattered against the wall just inches from Naruto's head. Shards of glass exploded outwards, and the sharp, sour smell of sake stung his nose. He didn't flinch, didn't even have time to. He was already moving, his small legs pumping, worn-out sandals slapping against the dusty street. "Get back here, you demon," a voice roared, thick with drunken rage. Naruto risked a glance over his shoulder. 3 men. Chunin, by the look of their flak jackets, off-duty and full of cheap booze. Their faces were twisted into masks of pure hate, a look he knew better than his own reflection. It was the same look he got from the shopkeepers who overcharged him, the matrons at the orphanage who always gave him the thinnest blanket, the other kids who whispered and pointed before running away. He wasn't going to outrun them in a straight line. They were shinobi. He was a 7-year-old kid who lived on instant ramen in spite. But he knew the city's guts. He knew the forgotten alleys and the narrow gaps between buildings that a grown man couldn't squeeze through. He was a rat in their maze, and he was a damn good one. He veered sharply, diving into a cramped space between a laundry and a dumpling shop. The smell of soap and hot oil filled the air. He scrambled over overflowing trash cans, ignoring the grime that smeared across his orange jacket. Behind him, he heard a frustrated curse as the Chunin were forced to go around. It bought him a few seconds. He burst out onto a busier street, a river of people heading home for the evening. For a moment, he thought he could lose them in the crowd. He ducked and weaved, a small orange fish swimming against the current. But it was no good. A hand shot out, grabbing the back of his jacket. "Gotcha." Naruto's heart hammered against his ribs. Panic, cold and sharp, seized him. But instinct took over. He twisted his body, shrugging out of the unzipped jacket with a speed born of countless similar encounters. The man was left holding the empty orange fabric while Naruto, now just in his black t-shirt, tumbled forward and rolled back to his feet. He didn't wait to see the man's surprise. He just ran. The shouts rose again, angrier this time. "Demon brat! Don't let it get away!" The crowd parted around him, people staring, some with pity, most with fear or contempt. No one helped. They never did. He was heading for the edge of the village now, where the neat houses and paved streets gave way to older, more weathered buildings and then, finally, the woods that bordered the massive village wall. It was his last resort. They'd be faster in the trees, but the terrain was more chaotic. It was his only chance. His lungs burned. Every breath was a painful gasp. His side was cramping, a sharp, stabbing pain that made him want to curl up and cry. But he couldn't. Stopping meant getting caught, and getting caught meant, he didn't want to think about what it meant. He still had a faint scar on his arm from the last time. He pushed through a thick, overgrown hedge, thorns scratching at his arms and face, and finally stumbled into the relative quiet of the woods. The sounds of the village faded behind him, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the rustle of leaves. He kept running, deeper and deeper, not following any path, just putting as much distance as he could between himself and the shouts. He ran until the burning in his lungs was unbearable, until his legs felt like lead. He tripped over a raised root, sprawling face first into the dirt and leaves. He lay there, gasping, every muscle screaming in protest. He could taste blood and soil. For a long minute, he didn't move, just listened. The angry voices were gone. He was alone. Slowly, painfully, he pushed himself up. He was covered in dirt, his knees were scraped raw, and a thin trickle of blood ran from a cut on his cheek. He looked around. He'd never been in this part of the woods before. It was old. The trees were thick and gnarled, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out most of the remaining sunlight. It felt forgotten. He started walking, his legs shaky, looking for a place to hide, to just sit and breathe for a while. That's when he saw it. Through a tangle of ivy and overgrown bushes, there was a shape that wasn't natural. A straight line. A roof. Curiosity, that ever-present, troublemaking itch, overpowered his exhaustion. He pushed his way through the bushes, the leaves wet and cool against his skin. He emerged into a small clearing, and his jaw dropped. It was an old dojo. It must have been abandoned for decades. The wood of the walls was gray and weathered, with patches of green moss clinging to it. The tiled roof was missing several pieces, and a small tree was growing right through the engawa, the raised wooden porch. The large paper and wood sliding doors were torn and faded, hanging crookedly on their tracks. It looked sad and lonely, and Naruto immediately felt a kinship with the place. He crept forward, half expecting someone to jump out and yell at him, but the only sound was the wind sighing through the trees. He climbed the 3 rickety steps onto the porch, wincing as the wood groaned under his meager weight. He peered through a large tear in one of the shoji screens. Inside, it was just a huge, empty room. The wooden floors were covered in a thick layer of dust, so thick he could see the tracks of mice and insects. Sunlight streamed in from the holes in the roof, creating pillars of light that illuminated dancing dust motes. On one side of the room was a raised platform, a camisa, with a faded, torn calligraphy scroll hanging on the wall behind it. On the other side stood a single, solitary training dummy. It was made of dark, scarred wood and looked like it had been beaten on for 100 years. This place was perfect. No one would ever find him here. It was his. He found a spot where the main doors had rotted away from the frame, creating a gap big enough for him to squeeze through. He slipped inside. The air was thick with the smell of old wood, dust, and time. It was quiet. So incredibly, deeply quiet. It was the most peaceful place he had ever been in his entire life. The frantic, terrified energy from the chase began to drain out of him, replaced by a profound sense of calm. He walked to the center of the room, his bare feet leaving clear prints in the dust. He looked at his reflection in a grimy, cracked mirror leaning against the far wall. A skinny kid with wild blonde hair, big blue eyes, and 3 strange whisker-like marks on each cheek. He looked like a mess. Dirty, bleeding, and utterly alone. He spent the next hour just exploring. There wasn't much to see. An empty side room that might have been an office, and a small, collapsed changing area in the back. But Naruto looked at everything, touching the rough wood of the walls, running his fingers over the deep grooves in the training dummy. It felt like he'd discovered a lost ruin, a secret corner of the world that belonged only to him. It was near the back wall, half hidden by a fallen roof beam, that he found it. A long, wooden chest, bound with rusted iron straps. It wasn't locked. The old hasp had corroded and fallen apart years ago. With a grunt of effort, he heaved the heavy lid open. The inside was mostly filled with mildewed, moth-eaten rags that might have once been training GIs. He dug through them, his hands coming away grimy. And then his fingers brushed against something hard and smooth. Wood. He pulled it out. It was a sword. A wooden sword. A bakken. It was longer than his arm, made of a dark, heavy wood, and polished smooth by countless hands. It was simple, unadorned, and perfect. He held it in both hands. It was heavier than he expected, but it felt right. It felt like it was made to be there. He gave it a tentative swing, and it cut through the dusty air with a soft whoosh. A thrill, totally new and unfamiliar, shot through him. Beneath where the bakken had been, there was something else. A bundle of scrolls, tied with a faded cord. He carefully lifted them out. They were old, the parchment yellowed and brittle at the edges. He untied the cord and unrolled the first one on the floor. It wasn't a ninjutsu scroll. There were no hand signs, no complex chakra diagrams. It was full of drawings. Simple ink illustrations of a man holding a sword in various stances. The lines were clean and precise. Each stance had a name written next to it in elegant, old-fashioned script. He couldn't read most of the complicated kanji, but he could understand the pictures. The first was a basic ready stance. Feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, sword held in both hands in front of him, tip pointing slightly upward. Below it, there were diagrams showing the proper grip, the distribution of weight, the alignment of the spine. The scroll was titled, simply, The Way of the Sword, First Principles. He looked from the scroll to the bakken in his hands. He looked at the drawing of the man, who looked so calm, so focused. There was no anger in his stance, no hate. Just pure, unwavering discipline. Naruto felt a pull, a deep, resonant hum in his soul. This was different. This wasn't about being a ninja. It wasn't about chakra or jutsus or becoming Hokage. It was just, a way. A path. He stood up, kicking a small clearing in the dust. He tried to mimic the first stance from the scroll. He held the bakken out, placed his feet, bent his knees. It felt awkward. His arms wobbled, his legs felt unsteady. He looked ridiculous. He fell over twice. But he didn't give up. He got back up, looked at the scroll again, and tried to adjust his position. He spent what felt like hours just trying to get that one stance right, sweat beading on his forehead, his small muscles starting to ache. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the dojo, he finally managed to hold the pose for a full 10 seconds without toppling over. It was shaky, it was imperfect, but it was his. A small, fierce grin spread across his face. He had a secret. A purpose. A place. He carefully rolled up the scrolls, placed them back in the chest with the bakken, and closed the lid. He would be back tomorrow. And the day after that. And the day after that. As he slipped out of the dojo and back into the darkening woods, the pain from his scraped knees and the memory of the angry villagers seemed a little further away, muted by the solid, reassuring weight of the wooden sword he could still feel in his hands. He kept his promise to himself. Every day after the academy let out, he'd avoid the other kids, ignore the glares, and make a beeline for the woods. The old dojo became his entire world. The first thing he did each day was sweep. He'd found a battered old broom in a corner, and he'd meticulously sweep the dust from a larger and larger section of the floor, the rhythmic scrape a kind of meditation. The place started to look less like a ruin and more like his own space. His practice was his ritual. He'd unroll the first scroll, First Principles, and work through the 5 basic stances it detailed. Choden no Kami, the middle guard, the one he'd first tried. Joden no Kami, the high guard, holding the bakken above his head, which made his arms burn like fire. Getten no Kami, the low guard. Aso no Kami, with the sword held vertically beside his head. And Wakigami, the low side guard, hiding the length of the blade from the opponent. For weeks, that's all he did. Stances. He'd hold each one until his muscles screamed, until sweat dripped into his eyes and his whole body shook with the effort. The scroll emphasized that the stances were the foundation. Without a perfect foundation, everything else was useless. It was excruciatingly boring and brutally difficult. Most kids would have given up after 10 minutes. Naruto did it for hours every day. The focus required was absolute. He couldn't think about the whispers in the village, or the loneliness of his empty apartment, or the fact that he'd failed the clone jutsu test at the academy again. When he was trying to perfect a stance, there was only the ache in his shoulders, the strain in his thighs, the feel of the worn wood in his grip, and the sound of his own breathing. The world outside the dojo walls simply ceased to exist. For the first time, he felt like he was in control of something in his life. He was building something, bit by bit, through his own sweat and effort. After a month, he could hold each stance for several minutes without shaking. His body was changing. The soft roundness of a neglected child was slowly being replaced by lean, wiry muscle. He was still small for his age, but he moved with a new sense of balance and purpose. He decided it was time to move on to the second scroll. This one was about footwork. Simple, gliding steps. Suriashi. The scroll showed how to move without lifting the feet from the ground, maintaining a constant center of gravity. It looked easy. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. His first attempts were a clumsy shuffle. He kept tripping over his own feet. But he applied the same single-minded determination. He spent an entire week just practicing a single step forward, a single step back. Forward, back. Glide, glide. His calloused feet made soft, whispering sounds on the clean-swept floor of the dojo. He learned to move from the hips, to let his feet follow. It was like learning to walk all over again. Then he started combining the stances and the footwork. Moving from Chudan to Jodan while stepping forward. Shifting into Wakigami while sliding back. It was a clumsy dance at first, but slowly, a rhythm began to emerge. The movements started to link together, to flow. He wasn't just copying pictures on a scroll anymore. He was starting to feel it. He discovered an instinct he never knew he had. His body seemed to understand the geometry of the blade before his mind did. He'd be practicing a basic cut from the third scroll, a simple downward slash called shomenachi, and his hips would turn just so, his shoulders would align perfectly, and the bakken would sing through the air with a speed and power that startled him. It felt less like he was learning and more like he was remembering something buried deep, deep inside him. One sweltering afternoon, he was practicing this very cut, over and over, aiming for the scarred head of the training dummy. He'd been at it for hours. His t-shirt was soaked with sweat, plastered to his back. He was lost in the rhythm. Raise the blade, step, pivot, cut. Raise, step, pivot, cut. The world had narrowed to the dummy, the bakken, and the arc of the swing. He didn't hear the old man approach. He didn't hear the creak of the porch steps or the soft slide of the door. He was so focused that the first sign of another person's presence was a voice, dry and raspy like autumn leaves. Your edge alignment is a disaster. Naruto yelped, a sound of pure shock, and spun around, bringing the bakken up defensively. He stumbled back, his heart pounding. An old man stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the bright afternoon light. He was short and wiry, with a bald head and a fringe of white hair. He wore a simple, dusty yukata and his hands were tucked into his sleeves. But it was his hands that Naruto noticed when he stepped into the light. They were thick and calloused, with burned scars crisscrossing the knuckles. The hands of a craftsman. Naruto's mind raced. Was he the owner? Was he going to get kicked out? Was he going to be dragged back to the village for trespassing? He tightened his grip on the bakken, his knuckles white. The old man's eyes, sharp and clear despite the wrinkles around them, flicked from Naruto's face, down to his trembling hands on the bakken, and then to his stance. He didn't look angry. He just looked, analytical. You're putting all the power in your arms, the man said, his voice calm. You're chopping, not cutting. A swordsman's power comes from the hips. The arms and the blade are just the delivery system. Naruto stared at him, baffled. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't calling him a demon. He was correcting his form. Who are you? Naruto managed to stammer out. The old man took a slow step into the dojo, his gaze sweeping across the swept floor, the neatly rolled scrolls in the corner, and the well-used bakken in Naruto's hands. A flicker of something unreadable passed through his eyes. My name is Tetsu. This place belonged to my family, a long time ago. I come by sometimes, to remember. He looked back at Naruto. What's your name, boy? Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. He said it defiantly, expecting the usual reaction. The flinch. The sudden coldness. Tetsu just nodded slowly. Uzumaki, huh? A strong name. He gestured with his chin towards the Bakken. Where did you learn to swing that thing? Not at the Shinobi Academy, I'd wager. Their Kenjutsu is sloppy. All force and no finesse. Naruto hesitated. This was his secret. His one precious thing. He couldn't just share it. But the man wasn't threatening. He seemed to genuinely understand what Naruto was trying to do. I found some scrolls, he said, pointing to the chest. Tetsu walked over and looked at the scrolls, a soft, sad smile touching his lips. The Tenjin Itoryu style. The Divine Sword, One-Stroke School. I haven't seen these texts in 50 years. My grandfather used to practice these forms, right here on this floor. He looked at Naruto, his eyes seeming to see right through him. This is a samurai art, boy. Not a shinobi one. It's about discipline, not assassination. It's a hard path. Especially for one so young. And so alone. Naruto's defensive posture sagged. The word alone hit him like a physical blow. He didn't know what to say. Tetsu walked over to the training dummy, running a gnarled hand over the scarred wood. You have good instincts. A natural feel for it. But instinct without discipline is just flailing. Your stance is unbalanced. You're leaning forward, putting you off balance on the follow-through. Your grip is too tight, you'll break your wrists against a real blade. And as I said, he turned to face Naruto fully, your edge alignment is a mess. You're hitting with the flat of the blade half the time. He walked towards Naruto. For a second, the boy tensed, but the old man just gently took the Bakken from his hands. Tetsu's grip was completely different. It was light, almost delicate, yet the wooden sword seemed like an extension of his arm. He settled into the Chuden-no-Kami stance, and the change was breathtaking. Where Naruto was stiff and strained, Tetsu was relaxed and rooted. He looked like he could stand there for 100 years, immovable as a mountain. See? Tetsu said, his voice soft. Balance. Everything flows from the center. From the hara. He tapped his own abdomen. Your anger, your fear, your loneliness, you're letting it spill out into the blade. You have to contain it. Focus it. A swordsman's heart must be like a mirror. Calm. Clear. Reflecting everything, but holding on to nothing. He executed a single shomenachi cut. It was nothing like Naruto's clumsy chops. There was no wasted motion. His hips turned, his body moved as a single, fluid unit, and the Bakken sliced through the air. It didn't just make a whoosh sound. It sang. A high, clear note that vibrated through the entire dojo. The cut was so fast, so clean, it was like a stroke of calligraphy in the air. Naruto's jaw was on the floor. He had been practicing for months, and in one move, this old man had shown him that he knew absolutely nothing. Tetsu handed the Bakken back to him. You have the spark, boy. A rare thing. But a spark needs a bellows to become a fire. And you're trying to do it all on your own. He looked Naruto straight in the eye. If you are serious about this path, I will teach you. Not how to fight. Not how to be a shinobi. I will teach you the way of the sword. But it will be the hardest thing you have ever done. It will demand everything from you. Your time, your sweat, your spirit. There are no shortcuts. Naruto stared at the old man, his mind reeling. A teacher. Someone who wanted to teach him. Someone who saw potential in him, not a monster. Someone who understood the peace he found in this dusty old room. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes, hot and sudden. He furiously blinked them away. He wouldn't cry. He gripped the Bakken tightly, stood up as straight as he could, and bowed deeply, just like the figures in the scrolls bowed to each other. "Please," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Please, teach me, Tetsu-sensei." Tetsu watched him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, he gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "All right, Naruto. We begin tomorrow. Be here at dawn. And be prepared to work until you can no longer stand. Your first lesson will be learning how to stand properly." Naruto felt a grin, a real, genuine, sun-bright grin, split his face. He nodded eagerly, his whole body buzzing with an energy that had nothing to do with chakra and everything to do with hope. For the first time, his secret wasn't just a hiding place. It was a path. And now, he wasn't walking it alone. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The unseen blade. The sharp, rhythmic clack-clack-clack of wood on wood echoed through the old dojo. It was a sound that had become as natural to Naruto as his own heartbeat. 5 years. 5 years since the old blacksmith, Tetsu, had found him. 5 years of waking before the sun, of 1,000 cuts a day, of holding a stance until his legs turned to jelly, of learning to breathe, to see, to be in a way the Shinobi Academy could never teach him. Sloppy. Tetsu's voice, as rough and unyielding as the iron he worked, cut through the air. Naruto didn't break his rhythm. He was in the middle of a solo kata, a fluid dance of death with an imaginary opponent. He moved from a low guard, sweeping the bakken upwards in a block, pivoted on his heel, and brought the wooden sword down in a sharp, decisive cut that stopped a hair's breadth from the neck of the training dummy. His movements were no longer the clumsy fumblings of a child. They were economical, precise, and lethally fast. "Your left foot," Tetsu said, not moving from his seated position on the engawa, a cup of steaming tea held in his scarred hands. "It slid an inch too far. You were perfectly balanced for the cut, but completely open for a counter from the side. Do it again." Naruto took a deep, centering breath, the crisp morning air filling his lungs. He didn't sigh. He didn't complain. He simply returned to his starting position and began the kata again. He was 12 now. The baby fat was long gone, replaced by the lean, dense muscle of a dedicated martial artist. He was still short, still had the same wild blonde hair and whisker marks, but his eyes were different. They held a stillness, a focus that was unnerving in a boy his age. His life was a study in contrasts. Here, in the dojo, he was Naruto, the student of the sword. He was disciplined, quiet, and fiercely dedicated. He learned about honor, about control, about finding calm in the heart of the storm. Tetsu taught him more than just how to swing a sword, he taught him how to mend torn shoji screens, how to read the complex kanji in the old scrolls, how to meditate until the noise of the world faded away. Then, he would leave the quiet sanctuary of the woods and go to the academy. And there, he would become that Naruto. The loud, obnoxious, orange-clad idiot who painted monuments, failed every test, and couldn't make a simple clone to save his life. It was a mask, a deliberate act of self-preservation he and Tetsu had devised years ago. "The world is not kind to things it doesn't understand, Naruto," Tetsu had told him, his voice grim as he sharpened a chisel in his workshop. "A Jinchuriki is one thing. A Jinchuriki with a blade in his hand, skilled in an art form that predates this village, they won't see a boy. They'll see a weapon to be controlled or a threat to be eliminated. Your anonymity is your strongest shield. Be the fool. Let them underestimate you. An enemy who misjudges you is already halfway to defeated." So Naruto played the part. He played it so well, he was pretty sure everyone, even his teachers, believed it was real. It was exhausting, but necessary. It kept him safe. It kept the dojo safe. It kept Tetsu safe. He finished the kata, this time with perfect form. His final cut was a precise thrust, the tip of the bakken stopping a millimeter from the dummy's wooden heart. He held the position for a full 5 seconds before slowly, deliberately, retracting the blade and returning to a ready stance. Better, Tetsu grunted, which from him was the highest praise. The graduation exams are today, aren't they? Naruto nodded, wiping a sheen of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Yeah. The final test is the Bunshin no Jutsu. Tetsu raised a white eyebrow. The one you've been failing for 3 years straight. A grin touched Naruto's lips. The very same. His chakra control was, admittedly, his weakest point. The giant, chaotic well of the Kyuubi's power inside him made delicate work difficult. It was like trying to thread a needle with a fire hose. But he could do it. He'd spent countless hours meditating, learning to feel the flow of his own chakra as distinct from the Kyuubi's, isolating a small, clean stream for his own use. He could make a clone. But he was going to make a spectacular failure of it, just like always. Remember the lesson, Tetsu said, taking a sip of his tea. Deception is a tool, like a blade. But it is a tool that can cut the wielder. Don't get so lost in the mask that you forget the face beneath it. I won't, sensei, Naruto said, bowing. He put the Bakken away, slipping back into his loud orange jacket that hung on a peg by the door. The transformation was instantaneous. His shoulders slumped slightly, his focused gaze turned into a wide-eyed, goofy stare, and a loud, boisterous energy seemed to radiate from him. The swordsman vanished, and the village idiot was ready for his big day. Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka-sensei's voice was already full of weary resignation. Naruto shuffled to the front of the classroom, putting on a show of nervous energy, scratching the back of his head and grinning sheepishly at the class. He could feel Sasuke Uchiha's glare from the front row, a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. Sasuke, the prodigy, who had aced every test without even trying. To him, Naruto wasn't even a rival, he was just an annoyance, a loud noise that somehow occupied the same space he did. Alright, Naruto. All you have to do is create 3 perfect clones. Go, Iruka said, trying to sound encouraging. Naruto flashed a thumbs up. Believe it. This time I'll nail it. He brought his hands together in the ram seal, deliberately fumbling with it for a second before getting it right. He closed his eyes, pretending to concentrate with all his might. He gathered his chakra, letting it surge wildly, just as he'd practiced. Clone Jutsu, he yelled. Poof! A cloud of smoke erupted. When it cleared, a single, pathetic excuse for a clone lay on the floor. It was pale, wheezing, and looked more like a half-dead fish than a ninja. The classroom erupted in laughter. Naruto stared at the pitiful creation, his eyes wide. Ah, man. Not again, he whined, playing the part to the hilt. Iruka pinched the bridge of his nose, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Naruto, you fail. The words were like a hammer blow, even though he'd been expecting them. He saw the looks on the other kids' faces. Pity from some, like Hinata Hyuga who was staring at her desk. Smug satisfaction from most. And from Sasuke, that same cold indifference. It still stung. Every single time. He dropped his head, letting his blonde bangs cover his eyes as he shuffled out of the room, the perfect picture of dejection. He sat on the swing outside the academy, watching the other kids get greeted by their proud parents, headbands gleaming on their foreheads. He kept his head down, focusing on the rhythmic creak of the swing's chains. He felt a presence nearby and looked up. It was Mizuki-sensei, his face all fake sympathy. Naruto knew the type. Tetsu had taught him to see the intent behind the eyes, and Mizuki's were full of ambition and deceit. Iruka can be tough, Mizuki said, smiling his oily smile. But there's another way. A secret way for you to graduate. Naruto listened, playing the desperate fool perfectly as Mizuki spun his tale about the forbidden scroll of sealing and the special makeup test. It was such an obvious trap, it was almost insulting. But it was also an opportunity. An opportunity to graduate, to get the headband he needed to continue his charade, and to put a stop to whatever Mizuki was planning. That night, he moved like a shadow. All his training in stealth, in moving silently with Suriashi, paid off. Bypassing the Hokage's security was laughably easy. They were looking for a bumbling idiot, not a swordsman who could move like a whisper. He found the scroll, a massive thing that was almost as big as he was, and was gone before anyone knew he was there. He made it to the clearing Mizuki had specified and unrolled the massive scroll. His eyes widened. He'd expected complex jutsus, but the first one listed was multi-shadow clone jutsu. An advanced version of the very technique he was supposed to suck at. The irony was so thick he could taste it. The scroll explained that unlike the normal bunshin, these were solid clones. They could think, fight, and when they dispersed, their memories and experiences returned to the original. A slow grin spread across Naruto's face. This was interesting. This was a tool he could actually use. For training, for tactics, the possibilities were endless. For a shinobi, it was a game changer. For a swordsman, it was a revolution. Imagine, sparring against 10, 100, 1,000 versions of yourself, all with perfect form. The rate of improvement would be astronomical. He spent the next hour poring over the instructions, his mind, sharpened by years of memorizing complex kata and samurai philosophy, soaking up the theory like a sponge. It was all about massive chakra expenditure and precise division. His huge reserves from the Kyuubi were perfect for the former, and his hard-won control was just enough for the latter. Found you. Naruto looked up. Iruka had arrived, looking frantic and out of breath. He launched into a lecture, but Naruto cut him off. Hey, Iruka-sensei. Check it out. I learned a jutsu from the scroll. Now you gotta let me graduate, right? He said, putting on his best knucklehead grin. Before Iruka could answer, a volley of kunai whistled through the air. Iruka shoved Naruto out of the way, taking several of the blades in his back and leg. He cried out in pain, collapsing against a tree. Mizuki landed gracefully on a branch opposite them, a cruel smirk on his face. Well. Looks like the demon has a protector. The next few minutes were a blur of Mizuki's lies. He spewed his venom about the nine-tailed fox, about how the whole village hated Naruto, how he was a monster in human skin. Naruto froze. It wasn't that he hadn't heard the whispers, seen the hate in people's eyes. But to hear it laid out so plainly, so cruelly, it was like a physical blow. The old fear, the old loneliness, the rage he kept so carefully banked in the quiet of the dojo, it all threatened to boil over. The Kyuubi's chakra, hot and red and hateful, began to bubble up inside him. A swordsman's heart must be like a mirror. Calm. Clear. Tetsu's voice cut through the red haze in his mind. Reflecting everything, but holding on to nothing. He took a breath. He forced the red chakra down. He was not a monster. He was not a demon. He was Uzumaki Naruto, student of the way of the sword. And this man was his enemy. You know, Naruto, Mizuki said, pulling a massive shuriken from his back, the fourth Hokage wanted you to be seen as a hero. But that's a joke. You're just a monster that everyone wishes was dead. Now, die. He hurled the giant shuriken. It spun through the air, a windmill of death aimed right at Naruto's head. Naruto didn't move. His body settled into a familiar stance, low to the ground, weight perfectly balanced. His eyes, suddenly clear and sharp, tracked the weapon's rotation. He could see the gaps between the blades. He could predict its path. It was just a problem of timing and angles. At the last possible second, he moved. Not with a ninja's explosive leap, but with a swordsman's evasion. A single, gliding step to the right. Suriashi. His body flowed around the weapon. The shuriken whizzed past his ear, close enough to cut a few strands of his hair, and embedded itself deep in the tree behind him. Mizuki's smirk faltered. A lucky dodge. No, a voice rasped. It was Iruka, struggling to his feet, blood dripping from his wounds. Don't you listen to him, Naruto. You're not a monster. You're Uzumaki Naruto, of the Hidden Leaf Village. Iruka's words, his belief, hit Naruto harder than Mizuki's hate ever could. Someone believed in him. Someone saw him. Mizuki laughed. You're a fool, Iruka. I'll finish you both. He charged, kunai flashing. Naruto moved to intercept. He didn't have his Bakken, but his body was a weapon. He dodged Mizuki's first slash, letting the blade pass harmlessly by. He used Mizuki's own momentum, placing a hand on the man's charging shoulder and pivoting, sending the Chunin stumbling past him. It was a basic redirection principle, one Tetsu had drilled into him for years. Mizuki caught his balance, snarling in frustration. Stop squirming, you little pest. Naruto, run. Iruka yelled. Naruto just smiled. A real smile this time. A confident, dangerous smile. Don't worry, sensei. Time to get serious. He brought his hands together in a cross-shaped seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The explosion was immense. In a massive cloud of smoke, the entire clearing, every branch, every patch of ground, was suddenly filled with an army of orange-clad Narutos. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them, all wearing the same feral grin. Mizuki skidded to a halt, his eyes wide with terror. What is this? What is it? All the Narutos said in unison, their voices a deafening chorus. You're gonna get 1,000 years of pain, that's what it is. The last thing Mizuki saw was a sea of orange fists and feet descending upon him. When it was over, Mizuki was a bruised, unconscious heap on the ground. The clones all dispelled, and their experiences rushed back into Naruto. The feeling was dizzying, but incredible. He felt the impact of every punch, saw the fight from 1,000 different angles at once. Iruka stared at him, dumbfounded. Then a slow smile spread across his face. Naruto, come here. Close your eyes. Naruto did as he was told. He felt Iruka's hands untie the goggles from his head, and then something cool and metallic was tied in their place. He opened his eyes. Iruka was standing there, smiling, his own headband missing. Congratulations, Iruka said, his voice thick with pride. You graduate. Naruto reached up and touched the smooth, cold metal of the leaf symbol. A real, honest-to-God headband. A symbol that he belonged. Tears welled up in his eyes, but this time, he let them fall. A few days later, Naruto stood with the rest of the newly minted genin as the teams were announced. He was on Team 7, with Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. Of course he was. The dead last with the Rookie of the Year and the girl with the best test scores. It was the Hokage's classic team balancing act. Their Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hatake, was 3 hours late. When he finally showed up, a tall man with gravity-defying silver hair and a mask covering half his face, he gave them a lazy, one-eyed smile and told them to meet him on the roof. Up on the roof, the introductions were a farce. Naruto declared his dream was to be Hokage, punctuating it with loud boasts. Sakura talked only about Sasuke. And Sasuke, in his cool, detached voice, spoke of restoring his clan and killing a certain man. Kakashi's assessment of them was, a bunch of idiots. The next day, they met at the designated training ground for the real test. The bell test. Kakashi explained the rules, get a bell from him by noon, or go back to the academy. He held up 2 small bells. Wait, sensei, Sakura said. There are only 2 bells. Exactly, Kakashi said, his visible eye curving into a smile. At least one of you will fail and be tied to that post, watching the others eat their lunch. The test began. Sasuke and Sakura immediately hid. Naruto, true to his role, charged straight in. It was all part of the plan. Be the obvious target. Be the distraction. Let the others make their moves while Kakashi was focused on the loudmouth. He threw himself at Kakashi, who dodged every clumsy punch and kick without even trying, all while reading his stupid orange book. Kakashi then performed the 1,000 Years of Death, sending Naruto flying into the river with a yelp. Naruto used the opportunity. He submerged, using a basic water-walking technique Tetsu had insisted he learn. A swordsman must be master of his terrain, be it earth, water, or air, to stay just below the surface. He was observing. Watching. He saw Sasuke emerge and attack. The Uchiha was good. Fast, strong, with excellent ninjutsu. But Kakashi was on another level entirely. He toyed with Sasuke, burying him up to his neck with a jutsu and moving on. He saw Sakura get caught in a simple genjutsu, fainting at the sight of a dying Sasuke. They were all failing. They were thinking as individuals. Tetsu's words echoed in his head. Observe your opponent. Understand their rhythm, their strengths, their weaknesses. An attack without knowledge is just noise. Kakashi was strong, yes. But he was also complacent. He was treating this like a game. He was underestimating them. Especially the dead last. Naruto emerged from the water, a new plan forming. He created a dozen shadow clones and had them all charge Kakashi from different directions. It was a classic shinobi tactic, a diversion. While Kakashi was busy swatting away the clones, the real Naruto slipped away into the trees, circling around behind the Jonin. He found a spot in a thick bush, a perfect vantage point. He slowed his breathing, calming his heart. He became the dojo. Quiet. Still. Waiting. Kakashi finished off the last clone and sighed. Is that all he's got? He turned, walking towards the center of the clearing, the two bells jingling softly at his waist. This was it. Tetsu had taught him the principles of Iajutsu, the art of the quick draw. It was a specialized part of their training, focused on the moment of transition from stillness to action. It was about explosive speed born from perfect calm. The core principle was sente, seizing the initiative. You don't wait for the opponent's attack. You attack their intention, the very moment they decide to act. Naruto didn't have a sword. But he had the principles. He watched Kakashi. He saw the subtle shift in the man's weight as he prepared to move on. He saw the flicker of his eye as he scanned the trees. That was the moment. The birth of intention. Naruto exploded from the bush. It wasn't a run. It was a single, fluid motion. A glide. Suriashi. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground. In that one explosive step, he covered 10 meters. He didn't yell. He didn't waste energy on a war cry. His entire being was focused on one single point, the bells. Kakashi's visible eye widened in genuine shock. He hadn't sensed Naruto at all. The boy's presence had been completely erased, and now he was suddenly there. The speed was unbelievable. It wasn't the raw, chakra-fueled speed of a shinobi. It was something else. A terrifying efficiency of motion. Naruto's right hand was a blur. It shot towards Kakashi's waist, his fingers shaped as if gripping the hilt of an invisible blade. His movement was a perfect arc, the same arc as a swordsman's draw and cut. For the first time all day, Kakashi stopped reading his book. He dropped it. He had to. He brought his arm up to block, catching Naruto's wrist just as the boy's fingers brushed against the cool metal of the bells. Jingle. The sound was faint, but in the sudden silence of the clearing, it was as loud as a thunderclap. They were frozen for a second in that position. Naruto, his arm extended, his body low in a perfect swordsman's lunge. Kakashi, holding his wrist, his single eye wide with a mixture of shock, confusion, and something that looked almost like fear. Kakashi's mind was racing. That movement, it wasn't a genin's. It wasn't even a chunins. The footwork was flawless, zero wasted energy. The speed, the timing, the pure economy of it, it was the motion of a master. A master of assassination. Where did the dead last learn a move like that? Naruto broke the silence. He grinned his goofy grin, the intense focus in his eyes vanishing as if it had never been there. Whoa! Almost got he shouted, breaking the stance and jumping back, scratching his head. The transformation back into the idiot was complete. Kakashi slowly let go of his wrist, his mind still reeling. He had felt the power in that stance. It wasn't chakra. It was pure, refined physical technique. He looked at Naruto, who was now clowning around, tripping over his own feet. It didn't make any sense. Was that a fluke? A 1 in a million lucky shot? It couldn't be. That kind of precision wasn't born from luck. It was born from thousands of hours of relentless, painstaking practice. The alarm went off, signaling noon. The test was over. Kakashi tied Naruto to the post, as promised. "You three, fail," he said, his gaze lingering on Naruto for a moment too long. He explained their mistake, their failure to work as a team. He was about to leave them when he said, "Oh, and by the way, don't feed him." He vanished in a swirl of leaves, hiding in a nearby tree to see what they would do. He watched as Sasuke and Sakura shared their bento with Naruto. A smile touched his lips. He reappeared before them. "You pass," he declared dramatically. "In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, that's true. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum." He looked at the three of them. Sakura, relieved. Sasuke, annoyed but accepting. And Naruto, grinning with a mouthful of rice. But Kakashi couldn't shake the image of that one, perfect, lethal movement. This team was going to be more of a handful than he thought. And its most troublesome member might not be the Uchiha Prodigy, but the little blonde idiot who moved like a ghost. "The steel must be folded," Tetsu said, his voice a low rumble over the roar of the forge. "Again and again. It drives out impurities. It makes the steel stronger, more resilient. A sword is not made in a single, fiery moment. It is born of heat, pressure, and endless repetition. Remember this." Weeks had passed since the bell test. Team 7 had been mired in D-rank missions, catching cats, weeding gardens, painting fences. Naruto performed them all with his trademark loud incompetence, earning him no end of grief from Sakura and Sasuke. But every morning and every evening, he was at the dojo, training. Kakashi watched him. He never said anything, but Naruto could feel his sensei's eyes on him during training, trying to reconcile the bumbling genin with the boy who had nearly taken his bells. Naruto just kept up the act, never once revealing the discipline that lay beneath. But today was different. Today was a rite of passage. He stood in Tetsu's forge, a place of soot and fire and the sacred smell of hot metal. For 5 years, he had trained with wood. Today, he would help forge his first real blade. "It is time," Tetsu had announced that morning. "A swordsman is not complete without his sword. And a sword is not just a tool you buy. It is a part of your soul that you give form. You will help me make yours." Naruto's heart hammered in his chest with an excitement that dwarfed even the day he got his headband. He worked the bellows, pumping air into the bed of coals, making them glow with a furious, white-hot intensity. Tetsu took a block of tamahagane, the jewel steel, and placed it in the heart of the fire. Naruto watched, mesmerized, as the metal began to glow, first red, then orange, then a brilliant yellow-white. "Now," Tetsu grunted. He took the glowing billet of steel with a pair of long tongs and placed it on the anvil. "Strike." He handed Naruto a heavy sledgehammer. Naruto gripped the hammer. It was heavy, but his arms were strong. He lifted it high and brought it down. Clang! The sound was immense, a deep, resonant bell that vibrated through the floor and up his arms. Sparks flew like angry fireflies. For hours, they worked in a rhythmic partnership. Tetsu would hold the steel with the tongs, turning it, pointing with his smaller hammer where Naruto should strike. Naruto swung the sledgehammer, his body moving with the same disciplined grace he used in his kata. Up, pivot, down. It was a different kind of form, but the principles were the same. Power from the hips, a relaxed grip, a focused mind. Heat, sweat, and the deafening ring of steel on steel. They would hammer the billet flat, and Tetsu would fold it over on itself, flux it, and return it to the forge. Then they would do it all over again. Every fold is a prayer, Tetsu said during a brief rest, wiping his brow with a sooty rag. A prayer for sharpness. For strength. For a blade that will not break when you need it most. You are hammering your own will into this steel, Naruto. Your own spirit. What kind of blade do you want it to be? Naruto looked at the folded, glowing metal on the anvil. He thought about the loneliness, the anger of his childhood. He thought about Iruka's kindness, Kakashi's strange tests, even Sasuke's frustrating arrogance. He thought about his oath in the dojo, to find a peace the ninja world couldn't offer. I want it to be a blade that protects, Naruto said, his voice quiet but firm. Not one that hates. One that is strong enough to defend the people I care about. Tetsu nodded, a rare, genuine smile touching his lips. A worthy prayer. The final stages were Tetsu's work alone. The delicate shaping of the blade, the creation of the beautiful, wave-like hammer through differential hardening with clay, the terrifying moment of the quench, plunging the glowing hot steel into a trough of water with a violent hiss and a great cloud of steam. Naruto watched, holding his breath, feeling as if his own soul was being tempered in that fire and water. Finally, after days of painstaking polishing with progressively finer stones, it was done. Tetsu held it out to him. It was not a fancy sword. It was a shiraseiya, a blade housed in a simple, plain wooden scabbard and hilt, meant for storage rather than combat mounting. The blade itself was a katana, perfectly curved, its surface polished to a mirror finish. The hamon was a gentle, rolling wave, like the ocean on a calm day. There was no ornate guard, no silk wrapping, no decorative manuki. It was simple. Unadorned. Lethal. It was perfect. Naruto took it. It was heavier than the Bakken, a live, dangerous weight. He could feel its balance, its perfect harmony. He drew the blade from the scabbard. The steel whispered as it emerged. It shone in the lamplight of the forge, reflecting his own wide, blue eyes. A sword is a heavy burden, Naruto, Tetsu said, his voice soft. It is a promise. An oath. Once you draw this blade in true conflict, your path is set. There is no turning back. Are you prepared to carry that weight? Naruto looked from the blade to his sensei's old, wise face. He thought of the lonely boy in the dusty dojo. He thought of the unseen blade that had surprised a jonin. He thought of the future, a path that was his and his alone. He gripped the simple wooden hilt, the heart of the steel feeling like an extension of his own arm. I am, he said. And his voice did not waver. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Waves Reflection. The mission board was a chaotic mess of beige scrolls, but Kakashi-sensei plucked one from the C-rank section with the lazy air of a man picking out a tomato at the market. Alright, team. Here's our next big adventure. He unrolled it with a dramatic flourish that was completely undercut by his bored tone. Bodyguard duty. We'll be escorting a bridge builder back to his home in the land of waves. Alright. A mission outside the village. Naruto pumped his fist in the air, practically vibrating with energy. No more painting fences. No more catching Tora the cat. We're gonna be real ninjas. Sakura sighed, the sound a perfect blend of exasperation and condescension. Naruto, it's just an escort mission. It's still a C rank. We're not going to be fighting any legendary bad guys. So try to behave and not embarrass us. Her eyes immediately flicked to Sasuke, seeking approval. Sasuke just grunted, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his expression fixed in its usual state of cool indifference. His gaze swept over Naruto, dismissing him as nothing more than a loud noise. To Sasuke, this was just another tedious step on his path to power. A necessary annoyance. Now, let's play nice, Kakashi said, his visible eye crinkling in a smile. Our client is a master bridge builder named Tazuna. We meet him at the main gate in an hour. Behave, be prepared, and Naruto, try not to pack only ramen. Naruto stuck his tongue out at his sensei's back as he sauntered off. An hour later, they stood at the gate, waiting. And waiting. Their client, when he finally arrived, was a grizzled old man with a towel wrapped around his head, a thick beard, and a bottle of sake clutched in his hand. He reeked of cheap booze and cynicism. He took one look at them, his eyes lingering on Naruto with open skepticism. This is it. This is what I'm paying for. A bunch of snot-nosed kids. Especially the short one with the stupid look on his face. Naruto's boisterous energy immediately turned into defensive rage. Who are you calling short and stupid? He yelled, pointing an accusing finger. He had to be physically restrained by Kakashi from trying to throttle their new client. Sasuke just looked away, as if the sheer idiocy of the scene was physically painful to him. The first few hours of the journey were loud. Naruto, fully committed to his role as the team moron, kept asking inane questions, challenging Sasuke to pointless contests like who could walk on their hands the longest and generally making a nuisance of himself. Kakashi let it happen, idly reading his Ika book. Sakura alternated between scolding Naruto and swooning over Sasuke's every broody silence. It was the perfect picture of a dysfunctional, utterly non-threatening genin team. Naruto, however, was in his element. This loud, obnoxious persona was a shield, and a tool. While everyone was focused on his antics, his senses were wide open. His feet, clad in simple sandals, felt the texture of the road, the subtle shifts in the earth. His ears picked up the rustle of leaves that was just a little too sharp, the snap of a twig that didn't sound like it was caused by a squirrel. Tetsu's training wasn't just about the sword, it was about total awareness. A swordsman who is surprised is already dead. He noticed the puddle first. It was subtle. It hadn't rained in days, yet there it was, a wide, clear puddle in the middle of the road. It was out of place. An anomaly. An ambush. His body tensed almost imperceptibly, his hand drifting to the small of his back where his shirasaya was strapped horizontally, hidden beneath the ridiculously large scroll he always carried. He'd claimed the scroll was full of super-secret awesome ninja tools, when in reality, it was mostly empty, designed to perfectly conceal the simple wooden hilt of his blade. He opened his mouth to make a loud, stupid comment about going for a swim, a coded warning he and Kakashi had worked out for just such an occasion. But he was too slow. Kakashi's eyes flicked up from his book, a flicker so fast anyone else would have missed it. He'd seen it too. Before anyone could react, two figures erupted from the water. They were large men wearing strange metal gauntlets with chains connecting them, their faces covered by masks, their headbands marking them as shinobi from Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. The chain shot out, wrapping around Kakashi in an instant. One down, one of them growled. Then they pulled the chain taut. Kakashi's body was ripped into dozens of bloody pieces. Sakura screamed, a raw, piercing sound of pure terror. Tazuna's eyes went wide, the sake bottle slipping from his fingers to shatter on the ground. Sasuke froze, his Uchiha pride warring with the shocking, brutal reality of seeing a jonin torn to shreds before his eyes. Naruto didn't freeze. The world didn't slow down. He didn't have time for that. Tetsu had beaten that out of him long ago. Panic is a poison you feed yourself. His mind went perfectly, terrifyingly clear. His heart rate which had spiked for a second, settled into a low, steady rhythm. The loud, goofy kid vanished, replaced by something cold and still. The two Mist Nin were already moving, one heading for Tazuna, the other for Sasuke, who was still processing what he'd just seen. They were the immediate threat. His teammates were secondary. The client was the mission. He moved. Not forward to attack, but back. A single, fluid step, Suriashi, that placed him directly between the advancing ninja and Tazuna. He didn't draw a weapon. He just stood there, his knees slightly bent, his hands loose at his sides. It wasn't a ninja's fighting stance. It was a swordsman's neutral posture, a position from which he could move in any direction, respond to any threat. The Mist Nin barreled towards him. "Get out of the way, brat." At that moment, Sasuke finally broke out of his shock. Rage and humiliation warred on his face. He wouldn't be shown up. He moved with incredible speed, a shuriken in one hand and a kunai in the other, pinning the chain of the enemy's gauntlet to a tree. He then appeared behind the two assassins, landing a powerful kick on each of them, sending them stumbling. It was a brilliant, textbook display of the Uchiha Prodigy's skill. But the Mist Nin were experienced. They recovered quickly, turning to face Sasuke. So the little prodigy wants to play. They hadn't forgotten about Naruto and Tazuna. One of them broke off, charging straight for the bridge builder again. Sasuke was occupied. Sakura was still frozen in fear. It was all on Naruto. The Mist Nin swung his massive gauntlet. Naruto didn't try to block it. He didn't even try to dodge it in a conventional sense. At the last possible second, he shifted his weight, pivoting on the ball of his left foot. The heavy metal fist passed harmlessly by his ear, its momentum carrying the attacker off balance. Naruto's hand shot out, not in a punch, but with an open palm, striking the man's elbow joint with a short, sharp jab. It was a move designed to disrupt structure, not cause damage. The Mist Nin grunted in surprise, his arm going numb for a second. It was all the time needed. A blur of motion. Kakashi appeared behind the two assassins, holding them in a firm chokehold. "Hi," he said, his voice utterly casual. The body that had been ripped to shreds was revealed to be a water clone. Sasuke stared, his eyes wide, a trickle of sweat running down his temple. He had been terrified, and it showed. He glanced over at Naruto, who was now helping Tazuna up, his face a mask of goofy relief, the cold focus for moments before completely gone. But Sasuke had seen it. He had seen the way Naruto moved. The calm. The strange, efficient little pivot and jab. It wasn't the movement of a clumsy deadlast. It was something else, and it made a cold, unsettling feeling pool in Sasuke's stomach. Kakashi quickly dispatched the two Chunin, knocking them unconscious. He turned to his team. "Good work, Sasuke. You showed excellent composure." He glanced at Sakura, who was still pale. "Sakura, you need to be more aware." Then his gaze fell on Naruto. "Naruto, you protected the client. Well done." His praise for Naruto was simple, but his eye told a different story. He, too, had seen it. He'd seen Naruto's instantaneous shift from clown to guardian. He'd seen the perfect, economical movement. It was the same unsettling efficiency he'd seen during the bell test. This wasn't a fluke. "So, Tazuna-san," Kakashi said, his voice suddenly losing all its laziness and taking on a sharp, steely edge. These were Chunin from the Hidden Mist. Demon brothers. Assassins. A standard escort mission wouldn't attract this kind of attention. "I think you have some explaining to do." Tazuna, his face pale and sweaty, finally broke. He confessed everything. About his homeland being choked by the shipping magnate Gato, a ruthless tyrant who controlled the seas. About how the bridge he was building was the people's only hope for freedom, a way to break Gato's stranglehold. And about how Gato had hired ninja to stop him, and how he couldn't afford more than a C-rank mission, so he'd lied on the application. Sakura was outraged, arguing they should return to the village. This was an A-rank mission, far beyond their abilities. Kakashi looked at his students, gauging their reactions. He knew this was a critical moment for the team's formation. He turned to Naruto. Naruto looked at the old man. He saw the desperation in his eyes, the weary lines of a man carrying the hope of his entire country on his stooped shoulders. He thought of Tetsu's words. The sword is not for glory. It is a shield for the weak. Its purpose is to protect. This was why he trained. Not for ranks or recognition. For this. We're continuing the mission, Naruto said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the nervous chatter. There was no boisterous shouting, no, believe it. It was a simple statement of fact. Everyone, even Sasuke, looked at him, surprised by his sudden seriousness. Kakashi's eye crinkled. That was the answer he'd been looking for. Well, it seems the decision's been made. The rest of the journey to Wave was tense. They took a small, fog-shrouded boat, rowed by a nervous man who kept glancing over his shoulder. The air was thick with mist and unspoken fear. Tazuna told them more about Gato, and about the legendary ninja he had on his payroll. Rumor had it, he'd even hired Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. At the mention of Zabuza, Kakashi's demeanor changed. The lazy jonin was gone completely, replaced by a hyper-alert shinobi. Naruto felt a familiar stillness settle over him. This was it. The real test. He rested his hand on the empty scroll on his back, his fingers just inches from the hilt of his sword. The smooth, simple wood was a comfort, a connection to the quiet dojo, to the sanity of Tetsu's teachings. Sasuke watched him. He had been watching him ever since the fight with the demon brothers. He was watching him now. The Uchiha's sharp eyes missed nothing. He saw the way Naruto's hand rested near the scroll, the way his posture was relaxed but ready, the way his eyes scanned the thick mist not with fear, but with a hunter's focus. It was infuriating. The dead last, the clown, was acting more like a seasoned shinobi than he was. You're hiding something, Sasuke said, his voice low, when they were on the boat. Sakura and Kakashi were talking with Tazuna at the bow, out of earshot. Naruto turned, plastering his goofy grin back on his face. What ya talkin' about, Sasuke? Hiding my awesome new jutsu. It's too cool for you to handle. Stop it, Sasuke hissed, his voice laced with venom. Stop that idiot act. I saw how you moved back there. You weren't scared. You weren't surprised. What are you? Naruto's grin didn't falter, but his eyes went cold for a fraction of a second. I'm your teammate, Sasuke. The one who's gonna be Hokage. You better get used to it. He then turned away, pointed dramatically at a fish that jumped out of the water, and started shouting about it, completely breaking the tension and leaving Sasuke stewing in his own frustrated confusion. They disembarked and started walking down a forested path. The mist was even thicker here, muffling all sound. It was unnaturally quiet. Get down! Kakashi suddenly yelled. Everyone dropped. A massive sword, a blade so large it looked more like a slab of sharpened steel, spun through the air where their heads had just been. It embedded itself in a tree with a sickening thunk. A figure landed gracefully on the hilt of the sword, standing horizontally, looking down at them. He was tall and muscular, wearing no shirt, his face covered in bandages up to his eyes. He wore the Kirigakure headband sideways. And the sheer killing intent rolling off him was a physical force, a suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. Well, the man said, his voice a low, dangerous rasp. If it isn't Kakashi of the Sharingan. This is an honor. Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi said, his hand already moving to lift his own headband, revealing the spinning red eye beneath. So the rumors were true. Sasuke felt a jolt of terror mixed with a thrill of excitement. Zabuza. A living legend. And Kakashi had the Sharingan. The legendary eye of his own clan. The world was tilting on its axis. Zabuza laughed. It seems I get to see the famous eye today. But first, you'll hand over the old man. You'll have to get through us first, Kakashi said, settling into a fighting stance. You three, Manji formation. Protect Tazuna. Do not, under any circumstances, engage in this fight. This is on a completely different level. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke moved to surround the bridge builder, kunai in hand. Naruto stood at the front, his body a shield. From here, he could see everything. He watched as Zabuza and Kakashi began their battle. It was a fight of gods. Water dragons clashed with giant vortexes. Shuriken and kunai flew so fast they were just silver blurs. Zabuza was a master of the silent killing technique, using the thick mist to his advantage, but Kakashi's Sharingan saw through every feint, every trick. It was a stalemate, a breathtaking display of Jonin-level combat that made everything they had ever learned in the academy seem like children's games. But Zabuza was a strategist. He wasn't trying to win with ninjutsu. He was pushing Kakashi, forcing him to use the Sharingan, analyzing its abilities. Then, he made his move. He appeared on the surface of a nearby lake, making a series of hand signs. Water prison jutsu. In an instant, Zabuza was behind Kakashi, trapping him in a sphere of water that was harder than steel. Kakashi was caught. A water clone of Zabuza solidified out of the mist, the massive executioner's blade held casually in one hand. Now, Kakashi, you can watch your little students die, the water clone sneered, turning its attention to the three genin and Tazuna. Let's see what you've got. Panic set in. Kakashi, their invincible sensei, was defeated. They were alone against one of the most infamous killers in the world. We have to protect Tazuna-san. Sakura said, her voice trembling but resolute. He's just a water clone. Sasuke said, trying to psych himself up. We can take him. Sasuke charged. He moved with all the speed and grace he could muster, a flurry of kicks and punches, kunai flashing. But it was useless. Zabuza's clone deflected every blow with his giant sword, a lazy flick of the wrist was enough to send Sasuke flying. He was toying with him. Is this the best Konoha has to offer? Zabuza mocked, kicking Sasuke hard in the stomach, sending him skidding back into a tree. Sasuke coughed, wheezing for breath, pinned down by the sheer pressure of Zabuza's presence. Sakura stood her ground in front of Tazuna, her kunai held in a trembling hand. She was terrified, but she wasn't running. She was doing her duty. And Naruto watched. He watched Sasuke get beaten. He watched Sakura tremble. He watched Kakashi struggling uselessly inside the water prison. He heard his sensei's muffled shout. Run! Get Tazuna out of here. This isn't your fight. But it was. Tetsu's voice echoed in his mind, quiet and clear amidst the chaos. A swordsman who cannot protect anything is not a swordsman. He is just a man with a sharp piece of metal. His cover. His secret. 5 years of painstaking effort to be seen as a fool, as a non-threat. All of it was on the line. If he revealed himself now, everything would change. The Hokage, the council, Danzo, they would all see him differently. Not as a boy, but as a weapon. He looked at Sasuke, gasping for air on the ground. He looked at Sakura, standing brave and terrified. He looked at Kakashi, who was sacrificing himself for them. The weight of Tetsu's warnings was immense. But the weight of his friends' lives was infinitely greater. The choice was not a choice at all. It was an inevitability. The water clone of Zabuza raised its massive blade, preparing to finish Sasuke. Time to die, Uchiha. In that moment, Naruto moved. It wasn't a shout. It wasn't a flashy jutsu. It was a whisper of motion. His right hand went to the scroll on his back. His fingers found the familiar, simple wooden hilt. Shing. The sound was soft, almost lost in the misty air. The sound of a perfectly polished blade leaving its scabbard. A sound that no one on Team 7 had ever heard from him before. Zabuza's clone swung the executioner's blade down, a blow that would have split Sasuke in two. It never landed. Clang. A sound of steel on steel, sharp and ringing, echoed through the clearing. Naruto was suddenly there, standing over Sasuke, his own sword, a simple, unadorned katana, held in a two-handed grip, effortlessly deflecting the massive cleaver. The force of the blow should have shattered his arms, sent him flying. But he stood his ground, his feet planted, his body absorbing the impact through a perfect, rooted stance. Everyone froze. Sasuke stared up, his eyes wide with utter, absolute disbelief. Naruto. The dead last. The idiot. Was holding a sword. A real sword. And he had just blocked a blow from Zabuza Momochi. It was impossible. It was a dream. A hallucination. Sakura's jaw dropped. Her mind couldn't even begin to process the image before her. Inside the water prison, Kakashi's Sharingan widened. He stared at the boy, at the simple, perfect blade, at the stance that screamed of years of brutal, dedicated training. The pieces clicked into place. The bell test. The demon brothers. The sudden moments of impossible skill. It was all real. Zabuza's water clone grunted, surprised by the strength behind the block. And who are you supposed to be? He sneered, though the surprise in his eyes was genuine. Naruto didn't answer with words. He pushed back, the muscles in his arms and back coiling. With a sharp grunt, he shoved the massive executioner's blade away, creating a sliver of space. He didn't press the attack. He flowed backwards, a single, gliding step, putting himself between Zabuza and both his teammates. His sword was held in a classic middle guard, Chunin no Kami, the tip aimed directly at Zabuza's throat. His face, stripped of all its goofy mannerisms, was a mask of pure, cold focus. His blue eyes were like chips of ice. This wasn't the Naruto they knew. This was a stranger. So the little fox has claws, Zabuza chuckled, his confidence returning. A tiny little sword against my executioner's blade. You're brave, I'll give you that. Stupid, but brave. He charged, swinging the giant blade in a wide, horizontal arc meant to cleave Naruto in half. Naruto didn't try to meet it head-on. He dropped low, the blade whistling over his head, and lunged forward, not with his sword, but with his body. He slammed his shoulder into Zabuza's knee, a move designed to break the clone's stance. It worked. The water clone stumbled, its powerful swing thrown off course. Naruto was already moving again, not attacking, but creating distance, his sword a constant, steady threat. He wasn't fighting like a ninja. He wasn't using jutsus or tricks. He was fighting like a duelist. Every move was about spacing, timing, and angles. Interesting, the real Zabuza said from his position on the lake, his voice laced with genuine curiosity. That's not Konoha's Kenjutsu. That's older. More refined. The water clone, frustrated, came at him again, a furious whirlwind of steel. Naruto was a ghost. He flowed around the attacks, his simple katana a blur of silver as it parried and deflected. He was a rock in the middle of a storm, unmovable, unbreakable. His footwork was sublime, a constant dance of suriashi, keeping him at the perfect distance, too far for Zabuza to bring his full power to bear, too close for him to recover his balance between swings. Sasuke pushed himself up, his body screaming in protest. He watched, mesmerized and horrified. Every move Naruto made was perfect. There was no wasted energy, no hesitation. It was the kind of mastery Sasuke dreamed of, the kind he thought only he was destined for. And he was seeing it from the one person he considered a complete and utter failure. The humiliation was a burning, acid thing in his gut. "Stop dodging and fight me," the clone roared. "Okay," Naruto said, his voice level. He made a hand sign with his free hand. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence beside him. But they didn't charge mindlessly. They mirrored his stance, one on each side, creating a 3-pronged defense. Zabuza charged again, and this time, he was met with a wall of steel. The clones engaged him, sacrificing themselves to disrupt his rhythm, while the Real Naruto moved in, his blade a flash of light. He wasn't aiming for a kill. He was creating pressure, forcing the clone to focus on 3 opponents at once. One clone was dispelled by a backhand, the other was cut in 2. But they had done their job. They had created an opening. For a fraction of a second, the water clone's chest was exposed. Naruto lunged. A perfect, straight thrust. Suki. The tip of his katana pierced the water clone's chest. It wasn't a deep blow, but it was a solid one. The clone looked down at the blade in surprise, then up at Naruto. Its form began to destabilize, water splashing from the wound. With a final sneer, the clone dissolved into a puddle of water. Silence. Naruto stood panting, not from exertion, but from adrenaline. His sword was held steady at his side. He had done it. He had faced a clone of Zabuza Momochi and won. On the lake, the real Zabuza stared, his eyes narrowed. That kid was dangerous. The stalemate was broken. Sasuke, seeing his chance, shook off his shock and hurled a Fuma Shuriken at the real Zabuza. The plan Kakashi had whispered to them before the fight clicked into place. The Shuriken was a distraction. A second Shuriken, hidden in its shadow, was the real attack. Zabuza caught the first one easily, but the second one forced him to move, to release the water prison jutsu with one hand to defend himself. That was all Kakashi needed. Freed from the prison, he erupted from the water, engaging Zabuza in a furious, final clash. But for the genin on the shore, the fight was already over. Sakura stared at Naruto, her mouth still open. And Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the blonde boy, at the simple, deadly sword in his hand, and the familiar landscape of his world, a world where he was the prodigy and Naruto was the clown, shattered into a million pieces. The seed of rivalry, once born of simple annoyance, had just blossomed into a dark, consuming, and deeply personal obsession. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The weight of steel. The fight was over as quickly as it had begun. Kakashi, freed from the water prison and with his Sharingan blazing, was a completely different animal. He moved like lightning, matching Zabuza jutsu for jutsu, but with a terrifying addition. He was predicting and copying Zabuza's moves before the Mist Nin could even complete them. It was a brutal, one-sided display of the Sharingan's power. A massive water dragon, identical to Zabuza's, crashed into the legendary swordsman, slamming him against a tree with enough force to splinter the wood. Kakashi appeared before him, a kunai at his throat. It was over. Checkmate. But before Kakashi could deliver the final blow, 2 Senbon needles shot out of the mist, embedding themselves in Zabuza's neck. The demon of the mist stiffened, his eyes wide, and then collapsed, seemingly dead. A new figure appeared on a nearby branch. They were slim, of ambiguous gender, and wore a Hunter-nin mask from Kirigakure. "You were right," the figure said, their voice soft and strangely melodic. "It was his last battle. Thank you. I have been tracking Zabuza for some time, waiting for an opportunity to take him down." Kakashi cautiously approached Zabuza's body, checking for a pulse. "There's no pulse. He's dead." The Hunter-nin bowed. "I must dispose of the body, as is our custom. It holds too many secrets." With a flicker of movement, they were beside Zabuza, hoisting the large body over their shoulder with surprising ease, and then vanished back into the mist. The clearing was suddenly, unnervingly silent. The fight was over. They had won. But it didn't feel like a victory. The adrenaline drained away, leaving behind a cold, awkward vacuum. Sakura was the first to move, rushing over to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Are you okay? You were so brave. Sasuke pushed himself up, brushing her off. He wasn't looking at her. He wasn't looking at Kakashi or Tazuna. His dark eyes were locked on Naruto, who was wiping a bit of blood from his lip with the back of his hand. Naruto's katana was already gone, sheathed and hidden once more beneath the scroll on his back, but the image of him holding it, of him standing against a god-tier ninja, was burned into Sasuke's mind. Naruto, for his part, was trying desperately to shove the genie back in the bottle. He stuck his hands behind his head, puffed out his chest, and put on his loudest, most obnoxious grin. Ha! Did you see that? I totally kicked that guy's butt. He was no match for the future Hokage, believe it. The act was so jarring, so completely at odds with the cold, focused warrior they had just seen, that it was worse than saying nothing at all. It was an insult to their intelligence. Sakura stared at him, her mouth opening and closing, unable to form a coherent thought. She had just seen Naruto, the class clown, the dead last, single-handedly hold off a water clone of Zabuza Momochi. The cognitive dissonance was so strong it made her head spin. Sasuke's expression was thunderous. He didn't say a word. He just stood up, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white, and stalked over to Naruto. He got right in his face, their noses almost touching. The fury coming off him was a palpable heat. What? Sasuke snarled, his voice a low, dangerous whisper that was far more terrifying than any shout, was that? Naruto's grin faltered for a second. He leaned back, trying to play it off. What was what? I told you I was gonna be the hero. You should have seen the look on his face when don't, Sasuke cut him off, his voice dropping even lower. Don't you dare play the fool with me. Not anymore. His Sharingan, which he had awakened in a panic during his brief, humiliating fight, wasn't active, but his black eyes held an intensity that was just as piercing. That stance. That footwork. The way you held that blade. You're not a genin. You're not a ninja. What are you? The accusation hung in the air. This was it. The moment of truth. He could try to lie, to keep the mask on, but he knew it was useless. Sasuke's pride had been wounded on a fundamental level. He wouldn't let this go. Before Naruto could answer, Kakashi's voice cut in, sharp and authoritative. That's enough, both of you. He was standing beside them, his Sharingan covered again by his headband. But the lazy, carefree Jonin was gone. In his place was a commander. His single visible eye was hard as flint, and it was fixed on Naruto. The questions in Sasuke's eyes were mirrored in his teacher's. We're moving out, Kakashi ordered. Tazuna's house. Now. We'll talk later. The last two words were aimed directly at Naruto, and they were not a suggestion. They were a promise. The walk to Tazuna's house was the most uncomfortable hour of Naruto's life. No one spoke. The silence was thick with unspoken questions and simmering resentment. Naruto walked at the back, feeling the weight of 3 pairs of eyes on him. Sakura kept stealing confused, fearful glances at him. Sasuke radiated a palpable aura of rage, walking stiffly ahead as if physically restraining himself from turning around and attacking. And Kakashi. Kakashi was the worst. He was walking beside Tazuna, seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation, but Naruto could feel his Sensei's attention focused entirely on him, a heavy, analytical pressure. The mask was broken. The shield was gone. For 5 years, he had built a fortress of idiocy around himself, and in 5 minutes of desperation, he had torn it down with his own hands. He felt naked. Exposed. Tetsu's warnings echoed in his mind. They won't see a boy. They'll see a weapon. Tezuna's home was a modest, two-story wooden house that smelled of sawdust and sake. His daughter, Tsunami, greeted them with a worried expression, her relief at seeing her father safe warring with her fear of the ninja he'd brought with him. She ushered them inside, offering them tea and a place to rest. Kakashi suddenly collapsed at the door, unconscious. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura cried out. Tsunami helped them get him onto a futon. "He's fine," she said, after checking him over. "It's just chakra exhaustion. Overuse of that I'd guess. He'll be out for at least a week." With Kakashi unconscious, the immediate interrogation was postponed. A small part of Naruto was relieved. But the tension remained. Sasuke shot him one last look of pure venom before finding a corner of the room to brood in, pointedly turning his back on everyone. Sakura fussed over Sasuke for a minute, then over Kakashi, her mind clearly trying to find a sense of normalcy in a situation that was anything but. Naruto felt out of place. He slipped out of the house, needing air, needing space to think. He found himself at the edge of a small village, looking out over the water towards the massive, half-finished bridge that stretched into the mist like the skeleton of some great beast. This was the hope of this land. This was what he had revealed his secret to protect. He clutched the hilt of his sword through the scroll casing. The simple wood felt both reassuring and incredibly heavy. He didn't know how long he stood there before he heard footsteps behind him. He didn't have to turn to know who it was. The angry, focused energy was unmistakable. "We're going to talk," Sasuke said. It wasn't a request. Naruto sighed. He turned to face his teammate. The sun was setting, casting long shadows, and Sasuke's face was a mask of dark intensity. "There's nothing to talk about," Naruto said, his voice quiet. The loud, boisterous act was gone. It felt pointless now. "I was the prodigy," Sasuke said, his voice tight with a strangled sort of disbelief. "I was the top of the class. The last Uchiha. My path was set. I was supposed to be the strongest. And you were the clown. The dead last. The obstacle. You were nothing." He took a step closer. "Everything I did with talent. Everything I have, I was born with. But that thing you did back there, that wasn't talent. That was work. Years of it. I saw it in your hands. The calluses. I saw it in your eyes. The focus. While I was accepting praise for being a genius, you were hiding. You were training. You were getting stronger in the dark, laughing at me. Laughing at everyone." Naruto shook his head. "I wasn't laughing at you, Sasuke. I was surviving. It had nothing to do with you. Everything has to do with me." Sasuke suddenly roared, the raw frustration and rage finally boiling over. "Don't you understand? You've made a mockery of my entire existence. If the dead last can be that strong, then what does that make me? What does that make my talent? My bloodline? My goal?" He was breathing heavily, his whole body trembling. "Who taught you? How did you get that strong? Tell me." This was the core of it. Sasuke's entire identity was built on the foundation of his own superiority. Naruto's secret strength didn't just challenge him, it threatened to shatter that foundation entirely. For the first time, Naruto saw past the arrogant prodigy and saw the terrified kid underneath, the one who was desperately clinging to the idea that his tragic past and his special bloodline gave him a unique claim to power. Naruto's strength, earned through simple, unglamorous hard work, negated that claim. And in that moment, Naruto felt a flicker of something he didn't expect: pity. "I can't tell you," Naruto said, his voice firm but not unkind. "It's my path. It's not yours to walk." He wouldn't betray Tetsu. He wouldn't expose his sensei to the shinobi world. Sasuke's eyes narrowed into slits. "Fine. If you won't tell me, then show me." Before Naruto could react, Sasuke charged. He was fast, his Uchiha bloodline granting him a speed that was beyond most genin. But Naruto had spent 5 years sparring with his own instincts. Sasuke's charge, fueled by rage, was predictable. It was full of openings. Naruto didn't draw his sword. He didn't need to. As Sasuke's fist flew towards his face, he shifted his weight, deflecting the punch with an open palm, redirecting Sasuke's momentum. It was the same move he'd used on the demon brother. Sasuke stumbled past him, catching himself before he fell. He spun around, aiming a vicious roundhouse kick. Naruto dropped, the kick sailing over his head, and swept Sasuke's standing leg. The Uchiha Prodigy went down hard, landing with a grunt in the dirt. He was back on his feet in an instant, pure murder in his eyes. He came at Naruto again, a flurry of precise, deadly strikes from the Academy's advanced taijutsu kata. It was a beautiful, textbook assault. And Naruto met it with something completely different. He didn't block. He flowed. His movements were minimalist, economical. A slight turn of the hip here, a gentle parry with the back of his hand there. He was a rock in a river, letting Sasuke's furious current flow around him, breaking against his calm defense. He wasn't even fighting back. He was simply, refusing to be hit. Sasuke grew more and more frustrated. He was faster. He was, technically, a better martial artist in the shinobi style. But he couldn't land a single solid blow. It was like trying to punch water. Every attack was subtly deflected, every powerful strike was guided harmlessly away. Naruto wasn't even breathing hard. "Fight me!" Sasuke screamed, launching himself into the air for an axe kick, a move meant to shatter bone. This time, Naruto met it. He raised his arms in an X block, not to absorb the blow, but to catch it. The moment Sasuke's heel connected with his forearms, Naruto twisted his body, using Sasuke's own downward force to spin him around and throw him. Sasuke flew through the air, landing in a heap 10 feet away. He lay there, panting, staring at the darkening sky. He was defeated. Utterly, completely defeated without Naruto throwing a single punch. Humiliation was a bitter taste in his mouth. Naruto walked over and stood above him. "Is this what you wanted, Sasuke? Does this make you feel better?" Sasuke didn't answer. He just stared. "Your rage makes you strong," Naruto said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "But it also makes you blind. You attack without thinking, without seeing. All your talent, all your speed, it's wasted because you let your anger control you. I'm not your enemy, Sasuke. Your enemy is in your own head." He turned and walked away, back towards Tazuna's house, leaving Sasuke alone in the dirt with the shattered pieces of his pride. A week passed. A strange, tense routine settled over the house. Kakashi remained unconscious, recovering from his chakra exhaustion. Sakura spent her time either guarding him, guarding Tazuna when he went to the bridge, or trying to talk to Sasuke, who had become even more withdrawn and silent than usual. He would spend hours by himself, staring at a leaf, trying to channel his chakra, pushing himself with a frightening intensity. He didn't speak to Naruto. He didn't even look at him. Naruto, meanwhile, found himself in a strange limbo. The truth was out, at least partially, and the effort of maintaining his idiot persona around his team felt hollow and pointless. He spent most of his time with Tazuna's grandson, Inari. The boy was sullen and cynical, convinced that heroes didn't exist and that any effort to fight back against Gato was doomed to fail. He reminded Naruto a little of himself before he'd found the dojo. "Why do you even bother?" Inari asked him one afternoon, as they sat on the dock, their feet dangling over the water. "You'll just get yourselves killed. Gato's too strong. No one can beat him." "Maybe," Naruto said, skipping a flat stone across the water's surface. "But trying and failing is better than not trying at all. My teacher told me that the weight of a sword isn't in the steel. It's in the promise you make when you pick it up. A promise to protect people who can't protect themselves. Even if you're scared. Especially if you're scared. That's stupid, Inari mumbled, kicking at a loose floorboard. My father was a hero. He stood up to Gato. And they killed him. They crucified him in the town square for everyone to see. Being a hero just gets you killed. Naruto fell silent. He hadn't known. He looked at the boy, at the raw pain and anger in his eyes, and he understood. Inari wasn't a cynic. He was a kid with a broken heart. I'm sorry, Naruto said softly. Your father was a brave man. Bravery is useless, Inari spat. No, Naruto said, his voice firm. It's the only thing that is useful. Your father's bravery wasn't useless. It's why your grandfather is still building that bridge. It's why we're here. It didn't die with him. It's still here, fighting. He didn't know if the words helped, but for the first time, Inari looked at him without the sullen glare, a flicker of something else in his young eyes. That evening, Kakashi finally woke up. The first thing he did was summon Naruto to his room. He sat propped up against the wall, looking pale and tired, but his eye was sharp and missed nothing. Zabuza is alive, Kakashi said, without any preamble. Naruto wasn't surprised. The Senbon needles. The Hunternin used them to induce a state of false death. It's a common trick. Kakashi's eyebrow raised. Something else you picked up from your scrolls? Naruto just shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. We have about a week until he's recovered enough to attack again. Maybe less for his apprentice, Kakashi continued. We need to train. All of us. Starting tomorrow. He paused, his gaze intensifying. But first. You and I are going to talk. No more games, Naruto. No more masks. I saw what you did. I saw you stand your ground against Zabuza. I saw the way you move, the way you think. I need to know what I'm dealing with. I need to know who my student really is. This was it. No more deflections. No more half-truths. He looked at his sensei, at the man who had been willing to die for them, and made a decision. He could trust him. He had to. I didn't just learn from scrolls, Naruto began, his voice low. I had a teacher. For the next hour, Naruto told him everything. Not everything, he kept Tetsu's name and location a secret, protecting the old man's peaceful retirement. But he told Kakashi about finding the dojo, the loneliness, the feeling of purpose he found in the blade. He told him about the years of secret, grueling training, every morning before the sun, every evening after the academy. He explained the philosophy of the samurai path, the focus on discipline, control, and protection over assassination and subterfuge. He explained why he had created the idiot persona, as a shield, a way to survive in a village that feared him, a way to keep his true skills hidden from those who would seek to use him as a weapon. Kakashi listened patiently, his expression unreadable. When Naruto finished, the room was quiet for a long time. So the dead last was a lie, Kakashi said finally, his voice soft. The loudmouth, the prankster, all of it. You've been playing a role for years. That must have been lonely. The simple, quiet understanding in Kakashi's voice hit Naruto harder than any accusation could have. He just nodded, unable to speak. I understand why you did it, Kakashi said. And I won't betray your trust. Your secret, the identity of your teacher, is safe with me. But the other secret, your skill, that's out. Sasuke and Sakura saw it. Zabuza saw it. You can't put that sword back in its sheath and pretend it doesn't exist. You are a part of this team, and we need to know what you are capable of. We need to learn how to fight with you. He pushed himself up a little straighter. Tomorrow, we begin training our chakra control. Tree climbing. Sasuke and Sakura will get it quickly. You, however, he looked at Naruto. Your chakra is massive, chaotic. The Kyuubi's influence. It's like trying to fill a thimble with a tidal wave. Your swordsmanship relies on physical control, on keeping that storm inside you calm. This exercise will be incredibly difficult for you. But it's a skill you need. A true master is a master of both their body and their spirit. Your sword is only half of your potential. Naruto nodded. I understand. Good, Kakashi said. Now get some rest. The real work begins at dawn. As Naruto left the room, he felt a profound sense of relief. A massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He had a sensei who understood. He had a team that, even if they were confused and angry, now knew he wasn't useless. The path ahead was going to be harder, but for the first time, he felt like he wasn't walking it completely alone. The next morning, Kakashi, leaning on a pair of crutches, led them out to a forest clearing. He explained the tree-climbing exercise, demonstrating how to focus a precise amount of chakra to their feet to stick to the bark. As he predicted, Sakura, with her meticulous, textbook chakra control, got it on her first try, scampering up a tree with ease. Sasuke, driven by a furious, burning need to surpass Naruto, mastered it in under an hour. His pride wouldn't allow him to be second best at anything, and he pushed himself with a relentless focus that was both admirable and frightening. And Naruto. Naruto failed spectacularly. He would channel his chakra, take a running start, and either blast a hole in the tree trunk with too much power, or slide right off with too little. The Kyuubi's chakra churned inside him, a wild, untamed ocean that refused to be confined to the small, precise stream the exercise required. Sasuke watched him from the top of his tree, a smug, contemptuous look on his face. This, at least, made sense. The dobe was good with a sword, but when it came to actual ninja skills, he was still a failure. The world was righting itself. Sakura tried to offer him advice, quoting from textbooks and explaining the theory, but it was no use. Don't think about it like a ninja, Naruto, Kakashi said, hobbling over to him. Think about it like your swordsmanship. You told me your sensei taught you that a swordsman's heart must be like a mirror. Calm. Clear. Right now, your chakra is a storm. You can't control the whole storm at once. So don't try. Find the center. Find that one, calm point inside yourself, the way you do before you draw your blade. Isolate it. Nurture it. And use only that. Let the rest of the storm rage. It doesn't matter, as long as you have control of the center. Naruto closed his eyes. He took a deep, centering breath, just as Tetsu had taught him. He ignored the swirling, red-hot energy of the Kyuubi. He ignored the frustration and the sting of Sasuke's smug glare. He searched inside himself, looking for his own chakra. It was there, a tiny, quiet blue flame flickering in the heart of a roaring furnace. It was his. He focused on it. He pulled it, gently, down through his body, into the soles of his feet. He opened his eyes. He walked to the tree. He didn't run. He placed one foot on the trunk, then the other. And he started to walk. He only made it 5 steps before he slipped, but for those 5 steps, he had done it. A wide grin spread across his face. It was possible. He just had to work at it. Just like everything else. He spent the rest of the day and all of the next practicing, covered in scratches and bruises from his constant falls. While Sasuke and Sakura moved on to guarding Tazuna, Naruto kept at it, driven by a quiet, stubborn determination. By nightfall of the second day, he was standing upside down on the highest branch, a triumphant grin on his face. He had found his center. The mist rolled in without warning. It was thick and cold, blanketing the half-finished bridge in a shroud of white. Naruto, who had been helping carry lumber with Tazuna, felt a familiar chill run down his spine. It wasn't just mist. It was a jutsu. He was here. Workers on the bridge started screaming as bodies began to drop around them, killed by silent, unseen assailants. Then they appeared from the fog. Zabuza, his face no longer bandaged, a cruel smirk on his lips. And beside him, the hunter Nin, Haku. On the other side of the bridge, Sakura stood guard over Tazuna, kunai in hand, her face a mask of determination. Sasuke was there too, his eyes burning with intensity. This was his chance. His chance to prove himself. "So, you're still alive, Kakashi's little brats," Zabuza drawled. "Looks like I'll have to clean up my own mess." Sasuke stepped forward. "This time, it'll be different." "Oh." Zabuza chuckled. "The little prodigy thinks he's grown in a week." "Haku. Take care of him. I want the bridge builder. The blonde one, leave him for me. I want to see what that little sword of his can really do." Naruto drew his blade. The simple, unadorned steel hummed in his hand. "You'll have to get through me first." He expected Zabuza to charge him. Instead, the demon of the mist just smiled, and then Haku moved. Haku was a blur, a whisper of motion. He flashed between Sasuke and Naruto, Senbon needles held between his fingers. "Let's see if you're as fast as you look, Uchiha-san," Haku said, his voice soft. The fight began. Sasuke was a whirlwind of fire and steel. He was faster, stronger than he had been a week ago. His movements were precise, his fireball jutsu massive. But Haku was on another level. He moved like water, flowing around Sasuke's attacks, countering with flurries of needles that seemed to come from every direction at once. Naruto moved to intervene, to help his teammate, but Zabuza was suddenly there, the massive executioner's blade blocking his path. "Your fight is with me, boy," Zabuza growled. The clang of their blades meeting was a sharp, ringing sound that cut through the fog. Zabuza's strength was monstrous. It was all Naruto could do to just hold his ground, his arms screaming from the strain. He wasn't fighting a water clone now. This was the real thing. He was forced back, step by step. Zabuza's style was all power, huge, cleaving blows meant to shatter both sword and swordsman. Naruto's was all precision and defense. It was a perfect clash of brute force and refined technique. He couldn't find an opening. Zabuza was a wall of muscle and steel. Meanwhile, Haku had led Sasuke into a trap. With a series of hand signs, he created a dome of ice mirrors all around the Uchiha. Secret jutsu, 1,000 years of ice daggers. Haku's reflection appeared in every mirror. And then they all attacked at once, needles flying from every direction, piercing Sasuke's skin, drawing blood. He cried out in pain, unable to track Haku's true location, unable to defend himself. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura screamed. Naruto heard it. He gritted his teeth, parrying another bone-jarring blow from Zabuza. He had to do something. He couldn't let Sasuke die. Distracted? Zabuza mocked, and kicked Naruto hard in the chest, sending him flying backwards. He landed hard, the air knocked out of his lungs. Zabuza loomed over him, blade raised. This is the end. Suddenly, a massive shape loomed out of the fog. Kakashi, with his pack of ninja hounds, had arrived. The dogs latched onto Zabuza, immobilizing him. "Naruto! Go help Sasuke!" Kakashi yelled, his hand crackling with the lightning of his Chidori. "I'll handle this." Naruto didn't hesitate. He scrambled to his feet and sprinted towards the dome of ice mirrors. He could hear Sasuke's pained cries from within. He couldn't just charge in, it was obviously a trap. He skidded to a halt outside the dome. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen Narutos popped into existence, all holding his simple katana. "Alright, guys," the original said. "Let's find a way in." The clones attacked the mirrors, but their blades just scraped harmlessly off the super hard ice. From inside, Haku's voice floated out. It's useless. You cannot break my mirrors from the outside. A volley of Senbon needles shot out from the gaps between mirrors, dispelling half his clones. There has to be a way, Naruto muttered. He looked at Sasuke, who was now on his knees, bleeding from dozens of small wounds, his Sharingan spinning frantically as he tried to keep up. He was at his limit. Naruto made a decision. It was reckless. It was stupid. But it was all he had. Cover me, he yelled to his remaining clones. They charged the mirrors again, a pointless sacrifice to draw Haku's attention. As Haku's needles flew, the real Naruto took a deep breath, found his center, and charged. He didn't aim for a mirror. He aimed for the almost invisible seam between two of them. He slid, feet first, like a base runner, his sword held in front of him. At the last second, he angled the tip of the blade perfectly into the seam. With a high-pitched screech of protesting ice, he burst through, tumbling into the center of the dome beside Sasuke. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Sasuke coughed, spitting up a bit of blood. "Now you're trapped in here too." "Yeah, well, you looked lonely." Naruto shot back, getting into his stance. Now they were surrounded. Haku's reflection smiled from every mirror. "A foolish act of friendship," Haku's voice echoed around them. "Now you will both die." The assault began again, but this time, it was different. "Team, can you see him with those eyes of yours?" Naruto asked, his own eyes darting back and forth, relying on pure instinct. "I can see his movements," Sasuke grunted, "but he's too fast. He moves between the mirrors instantly. Don't watch him." "Watch the needles," Naruto said, his mind racing. "Call them out. Left. Right. High. Low. Just tell me where they're coming from." Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. He understood. He activated his Sharingan to its fullest. "Behind you. Low." Naruto spun, his blade a silver blur, deflecting a volley of needles aimed at his legs. "Your left. High." Sasuke yelled. Naruto's blade came up, parrying another attack. A rhythm was born. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, became the eyes. Naruto, with his impossible speed and defensive swordsmanship, became the shield. They moved back to back, a desperate, uncoordinated, but strangely effective team. Sasuke would call out an attack vector, and Naruto would move to intercept, his katana a whirlwind of defensive steel. "It won't last," Haku's voice said, a hint of frustration in it. "I am faster than your eyes, and faster than your blade." Haku's speed increased. Needles came from 2, then 3 directions at once. It was too much. A volley got through, striking Naruto in the arm and Sasuke in the shoulder. They both cried out. "This is the end," Haku said. He appeared in every mirror, all of them preparing to throw at once, an unavoidable storm of 1,000 needles aimed at both of them. Sasuke saw it with his Sharingan. He saw the killing blow coming for Naruto. He saw his own death. And in that moment, something shifted in him. This idiot, this clown who had infuriated him, who had shattered his world, had just charged into a death trap to save him. The Uchiha who abandoned his comrades was worse than scum. He remembered Kakashi's words. He moved, his body screaming in protest, and threw himself in front of Naruto. But Naruto was already moving. He had seen the look in Sasuke's eyes. He saw the intent. To protect. It was the same promise he had made to himself. He would not let his teammate, his rival, die for him. He pushed Sasuke away with one hand and spun, meeting the storm of needles head-on. He didn't try to block them all. He couldn't. Instead, he twisted his body, protecting his vital points, letting the needles pepper his back, his legs, his shoulders. Dozens of them found their mark. The pain was immense, 1,000 points of fire. He collapsed to his knees, his sword clattering on the ice. Naruto! Sasuke screamed, his voice filled with a horror he didn't know he could feel for the blonde boy. Then, something inside Sasuke snapped. A power, born of rage and desperation and a strange, newfound fear for his teammate, erupted within him. The cursed seal on his neck flared with a burning pain, and dark markings spread across his skin. But the real explosion came from Naruto. He wasn't unconscious. He was on his knees, head bowed, his body riddled with needles. But underneath the pain, a deeper, older rage was stirring. The Kyuubi, sensing its host's imminent death, began to surge forward. Red, bubbling chakra started to leak out, melting the ice around him. But then he remembered Tetsu. A swordsman's heart must be like a mirror. He remembered his promise to Inari. Bravery is the only thing that is useful. This rage, this borrowed power, was not his own. It was a poison. His strength came from his will, not from the monster in his gut. With a supreme effort of will, he forced the red chakra down. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the fire in his veins. He reached for his blade, his fingers shaking. He was a swordsman. He would end this his own way. But Haku, seeing the flash of red chakra, hesitated. His master's orders had been to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki if possible. This power, it was too dangerous to kill him outright. The moment's hesitation was broken by a roar from outside. Kakashi had finally trapped Zabuza, his Chidori aimed at the Mist Nin's heart. Haku's eyes widened behind his mask. He knew what he had to do. His purpose was to be Zabuza's tool, his weapon. To die for him. With a final, apologetic look towards Naruto and Sasuke, Haku vanished from the mirrors. The ice dome shattered. Haku reappeared between Kakashi and Zabuza, taking the full force of the Chidori through his chest. Silence descended on the bridge. Haku collapsed, dead. Kakashi stared in shock. And Zabuza? Zabuza just laughed. A cold, empty sound. He died for you, and you laugh. Kakashi said, his voice dangerously low. You don't get it, Kakashi, Zabuza sneered. He was just a tool. A broken one, at that. But Naruto, pulling the needles from his body with grim determination, saw the flicker of pain in Zabuza's eyes. He was lying. Just then, a short, fat man in an expensive suit walked onto the bridge, followed by 100 hired thugs. It was Gato. Well, Zabuza, Gato said, clapping mockingly. You're more expensive than I thought. And you couldn't even kill an old man and a few kids. I'm docking your pay. In fact, I've decided to cancel our contract. I'll just have my men kill you all. It's much cheaper. Zabuza stared at Haku's body, then at the smirking tyrant. He fought for you, Naruto said, his voice raspy with pain as he struggled to his feet, using his sword as a crutch. He lived for you. He died for you. Haku didn't see himself as a tool. He loved you. And you're just going to let them desecrate his body? After everything he did for you? Is that all the honor the demon of the hidden mist has? Zabuza was silent. A single tear rolled down his cheek, tracing a path through the blood and grime. He turned to Kakashi. Kid, lend me a kunai. With a kunai in his mouth, his arms useless from Kakashi's earlier attack, Zabuza charged into the crowd of thugs. He was a demon unleashed, a whirlwind of death. He bit, he kicked, he slashed with the kunai, cutting a bloody path straight to Gato. He took a dozen swords to the back, but he didn't stop. He reached Gato, drove the kunai deep into his chest, and they both tumbled off the side of the bridge into the water below. Zabuza's men pulled him from the water. He was dying. He asked them to lay him beside Haku. As the snow began to fall, Zabuza reached out, touching Haku's cheek one last time. I wish I could go to the same place as you, Haku, he whispered. And then he was gone. Naruto watched it all, his body screaming in pain, his heart heavy. He looked at the bodies of the two missed Nin, enemies who had tried to kill him and his friends. But in their final moments, he had seen something else. He had seen loyalty. He had seen love. He had seen a shinobi find his honor, just before the end. He looked down at his own blade, its simple steel reflecting the gray, snowy sky. Tetsu was right. The weight of the sword wasn't in the metal. It was in the promises you keep, and the sacrifices you make. He had protected his team. He had faced his own weakness. And he had learned that even in the heart of an enemy, there could be a spirit worthy of a warrior's respect. The path of the samurai was paved with such heavy truths. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Whispers in the Leaf. The journey back to Konoha was a long, excruciating exercise in silence. The boisterous, dysfunctional energy that had defined Team 7 was gone, replaced by a thick, heavy tension you could have cut with a kunai. Naruto, for once in his life, wasn't making a sound. He had tried, exactly once, about an hour after they left Tezuna's newly named, Great Naruto Bridge. He'd thrown his hands behind his head and declared loudly that he was hungry enough to eat a whole cow, hoping to shatter the awkwardness with his usual brand of idiocy. Sakura had just stared at him, her expression a confusing mix of awe, fear, and utter bewilderment, before turning away to pretend to be fascinated by a tree. Sasuke, who was walking several feet ahead of everyone else as if to physically distance himself from the situation, hadn't even broken stride. His back was a rigid wall of fury and humiliation. The joke had landed with a wet thud in the oppressive silence, and Naruto hadn't tried again. So he walked. He felt the familiar weight of the scroll on his back, the solid presence of the Shiraseiya inside it a secret no longer. It felt different now. He had drawn it. He had used it. He had revealed himself. The feeling wasn't relief, not yet. It was vulnerability. He felt like he was walking through the forest naked, every eye on him, judging, analyzing, calculating. Kakashi, now fully recovered but still moving with a certain weariness, was the only one who seemed remotely normal. He ambled along, reading his ridiculous orange book, but Naruto knew it was a front. His sensei's attention wasn't on the page. It was on the 3 ticking time bombs he called students. Every so often, Kakashi's single visible eye would flick up, scanning the road, then his team, his gaze lingering on Sasuke's stiff back, then on Naruto's quiet form. He was observing, waiting for the inevitable explosion. The explosion never came. Sasuke was too proud to scream and shout, so he channeled his rage into a simmering, volcanic silence. Naruto was too uncertain of his new place in the team to push things. And Sakura was too confused to do anything but hover anxiously, her loyalties and perceptions thrown into a blender. It was almost a relief when the massive gates of Konoha finally came into view. Home. A place of whispers and glares, but it was familiar. As they passed through the gates, the Chunin guards, Izumo and Kotetsu, gave them a lazy wave. "Welcome back, Kakashi-san." "Hope the escort mission was boring," Izumo said with a yawn. "You have no idea," Kakashi replied, his voice dry. They were required to debrief at the mission assignment desk first. As Kakashi gave the official report, deliberately downplaying the encounter with 2 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and categorizing it as unexpected resistance from rogue ninja, Naruto felt the first ripples of the coming storm. The Chunin behind the desk kept stealing glances at him, then at the report, then back at him. The official story might be sanitized, but rumors traveled faster than a body flicker. A team of genin surviving an encounter with Zabuza Momochi? Impossible. Unless something extraordinary had happened. And Naruto, the dead last, was the biggest variable in that equation. As they left the administrative building, the whispers started. Not the usual ones, the ones that called him demon or monster. These were different. They were confused, speculative. Heard they ran into Zabuza, Kakashi took him down, of course, but the kids, the Uchiha is a prodigy, but even he, the blonde one. No, can't be. He's the idiot who failed the graduation exam 3 times. Every whisper was a small stone being tossed at the shattered fortress of his secret identity. Sasuke heard them too. Every mention of Zabuza, every speculative glance at Naruto, made his shoulders tense even further. He was supposed to be the story. The Uchiha prodigy who survived his first real battle. Instead, he was a footnote in the unbelievable tale of the idiot swordsman. Team dismissed, Kakashi said, his voice pulling them from the sea of whispers. Go home. Rest. We'll meet at the usual training ground tomorrow morning. He then looked directly at Naruto. Naruto. You're with me. The Hokage wants a personal report. It wasn't a request. The weight of that command settled in Naruto's stomach like a lead ball. This was it. The real debriefing. Sasuke shot him a final, hateful glare before stalking off in the opposite direction, Sakura trailing hesitantly after him, calling his name. Don't worry, Kakashi said, placing a surprisingly gentle hand on Naruto's shoulder. Just tell the truth. The third is a reasonable man. Naruto wasn't so sure. A reasonable man might see a Jinchuriki with a secret, deadly skill set not as a loyal shinobi, but as a ticking time bomb that had just learned how to sharpen its own fuse. He took a deep breath, the air of his home village suddenly feeling thin and foreign, and followed his sensei towards the bright red tower that dominated the Konoha skyline. The walk was a blur of averted eyes and hushed conversations that died the moment he got near. By the time they reached the Hokage Tower, Naruto felt like an animal in a zoo, the strange new exhibit everyone was whispering about. They bypassed the normal offices, Kakashi leading him up a series of stairs to the Hokage's private chambers. The 2 ANBU guards at the door, one with a cat mask and one with a crow mask, didn't move, but Naruto could feel their eyes boring into him, analyzing him, dissecting him. They already knew. Everyone knew. Kakashi knocked. A calm, aged voice from within said, "Enter." The office was exactly as Naruto remembered from his years of being dragged here after his pranks. It was a large, circular room, lined with shelves groaning under the weight of countless scrolls and books. The air smelled of old paper and pipe smoke. And behind the massive wooden desk, piled high with paperwork, sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He looked old, ancient even, the lines on his face like a map of the village's history. But his eyes, when he looked up, were sharp and clear, missing nothing. He wasn't alone. Standing in the shadows to either side of his desk were his 2 former teammates, Hamura and Koharu, the village elders. Their faces were etched with stern, unforgiving lines. And standing near the window, half obscured by the afternoon light, was a man Naruto had only seen in passing but knew by reputation. Danzo Shimura. He was wrapped in bandages over one side of his face, his right arm in a sling, and he leaned heavily on a cane. He radiated an aura of cold, calculating stillness that made the hair on Naruto's arms stand up. The air in the room was thick with authority and judgment. This wasn't a debriefing. It was an inquisition. Ah, Kakashi. Naruto. Welcome back, Hiruzen said, his voice grandfatherly, but his eyes were serious. He gestured for them to approach. I have read Kakashi's official report. It is concise. I find myself wanting to hear a more detailed version. Specifically, about the events on the bridge. Kakashi gave a clipped, professional summary of the battle, from the water prison to Haku's trap to Zabuza's final moments. He didn't embellish, he just stated the facts. When he got to the part about Naruto facing down Zabuza's water clone, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Koharu's lips thinned into a razor line. Hamura's brow furrowed. And Danzo. Danzo just watched Naruto, his one visible eye cold and unblinking, like a hawk studying its prey. And you, Naruto, Hiruzen said, his gaze turning to him. His voice was gentle, but the question was anything but. Kakashi's report mentions you utilized an unorthodox form of Kenjutsu. With a blade you have, until now, kept concealed. A blade none of us knew you possessed. I think you owe us an explanation. Naruto's throat felt dry. He looked at Kakashi, who gave him a subtle, almost imperceptible nod of encouragement. He took a breath. He wasn't the 7-year-old kid running from drunks anymore. He was a swordsman. He would face this with the same calm he faced Zabuza. He told them the story. He started with the beatings, the loneliness, the day he fled into the woods and found the abandoned dojo. He spoke of the scrolls, the Bakken, the sense of peace he found in the endless, repetitive practice. He carefully omitted any mention of Tetsu, framing his training as a solitary, self-taught path. He described how he had created his loudmouth persona as a defense mechanism, a way to make people underestimate him, to keep them from looking too closely. You expect us to believe, Koharu interrupted, her voice sharp and brittle, that a child, with no instruction, taught himself a master-level sword art from a few dusty scrolls. It was not a master-level art, Naruto said, his voice steady. He met her disbelieving glare without flinching. It was basic. Stances. Footwork. A few simple cuts. I just practiced them. A lot. Every day. For 5 years. Danzo finally spoke, his voice a dry, rasping whisper that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. The boy has the Kyubi. It's stamina, it's unnatural healing. Such a training regimen, which would destroy a normal child, would be possible for him. But self-taught? Unlikely. He had a teacher. A sensei he is protecting. Danzo's eye was fixed on him, and Naruto felt like the man was peeling back his skin, looking directly at his soul, at the secret he was so desperate to protect. He held his ground, his expression neutral. He would not give up Tetsu. Hiruzen held up a hand, silencing his old rival. Whether he was taught or taught himself is, for the moment, irrelevant. The result is the same. We have a Konoha shinobi, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who is a highly skilled, and completely unregistered, practitioner of a samurai sword art. He took a long pull from his pipe, blowing a smoke ring. This presents a political problem. It presents a security risk. Koharu snapped. An unknown variable of this magnitude, operating outside the standard command structure. He should be placed under strict surveillance, his weapon confiscated, and his training reassessed by a village-approved master. To turn him into one of our mindless tools. Hiruzen's voice was dangerously quiet. No, his skill could be a great asset, Danzo whispered, a flicker of something covetous in his eye. Properly guided, of course. My root division could mold him into the perfect loyal weapon for Konoha. A blade that strikes from the shadows, without emotion, without question. Naruto felt a cold dread wash over him. This was exactly what Tetsu had warned him about. To be seen not as a person, but as a thing. A weapon to be wielded. Enough, Hiruzen said, his voice suddenly filled with the authority of the Hokage. He stood up, his small frame seeming to fill the room. Naruto is a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. He is a member of Team 7, under the command of Kakashi Hatake. He is not a tool, Danzo. He is not a security risk, Koharu. He is a boy who found a way to survive the cruelty this village showed him. He found discipline. He found a code. And on his first mission, he used his secret skills not for personal gain, but to protect his client and his comrades, at great personal risk. That, to me, sounds like the spirit of a true Konoha shinobi. He turned his gaze back to Naruto, and the grandfatherly warmth had returned to his eyes. However, we cannot simply ignore this. Your skills must be officially acknowledged. Registered. I need to know what you are capable of. He looked at one of the ANBU guards. Crow. Your sword. The ANBU operative with the crow mask silently drew his ninjato, a short, straight blade, and offered it hilt first to the Hokage. Hiruzen took it, then tossed it to Naruto. Naruto caught it instinctively. It felt alien in his hand. Shorter, lighter, and straighter than his katana, with no sense of balance. It was a tool for stabbing and slashing, not a dueling weapon. "Show me," Hiruzen said simply. "Crow, you will spar with him. Subdue, do not injure." The ANBU operative bowed his head. "Hokage-sama." They moved to the center of the room, creating a small open space. Naruto looked at the ANBU, then at the ninjato in his hand. This wasn't his blade. This wasn't his style. But he had to prove himself. Crow moved first. He didn't make a sound. One moment he was standing still, the next he was behind Naruto, his own blade aimed at Naruto's neck. It was the body flicker technique, executed with a speed and precision Naruto had never seen before. But Naruto's senses, honed by years of meditation and kata, felt the shift in the air, the whisper of displaced wind. He didn't turn. He dropped, letting the ANBU's blade pass over his head, and spun on his heel, sweeping his leg out. Crow leaped over the sweep, flipping in mid-air, and came down with an overhead strike. Naruto brought the ninjato up to block. The clang of steel was sharp and loud in the quiet office. The force of the blow was jarring. This was an elite shinobi. Strong. Fast. Ruthless. Naruto pushed him back and created distance, settling into the Chuden no Kami stance. It felt awkward with the straight blade, but the principles were the same. Crow didn't charge again. He circled Naruto, his movements fluid and predatory. He was testing Naruto's defense, looking for an opening. Naruto remained still, his feet planted, his body a fortress. He was a mirror, reflecting his opponent's intent. He saw the subtle twitch in Crow's shoulder, the barest hint of a lunge. He moved first. Not an attack, but an interception. He lunged forward, not with a cut, but with a thrust, aiming for Crow's sword hand. His sudden aggression took the ANBU by surprise. Crow was forced to parry, his own attack forgotten. Naruto didn't stop. He pressed the advantage, his ninjato moving in a series of short, sharp cuts and deflections, forcing Crow onto the defensive. He was using the shinobi's own weapon against him, but with a swordsman's discipline. There were no flashy moves, no wasted energy. Every action had a purpose. Crow, realizing he was being outmaneuvered in a straight sword fight, disengaged with a backflip, landing lightly on the other side of the room. He made a single hand sign. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive ball of flame erupted from his mouth, roaring across the office. Hamura and Koharu flinched back. Naruto didn't panic. He sheathed the ninjato in a single, fluid motion and made a cross-shaped seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 10 clones burst into existence. 5 of them leaped in front of the fireball, taking the full force of the blast and dispelling in clouds of smoke. The other 5 used the smoke as cover, charging Crow from different angles. It was the same tactic he'd used against Zabuza's clone, but executed with far more speed and coordination. Crow was a whirlwind of motion, his blade a silver blur as he cut down the clones one by one. But it was a diversion. The real Naruto had used the chaos to move to the side. As Crow dispatched the last clone, Naruto was there, his hand empty. He didn't reach for the sword on his back. He didn't try a jutsu. He lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. Crow brought his sword up to defend, but Naruto ignored it. He dropped low, inside the ANBU's guard, and slammed the heel of his palm into the man's sternum. It wasn't a chakra-infused blow. It was a perfectly timed, perfectly leveraged strike that disrupted Crow's center of gravity and knocked the wind from his lungs. The ANBU gasped, stumbling back a step. It was all the opening Naruto needed. His hand shot out, not in a fist, but with his fingers extended, striking Crow's wrist at a precise nerve cluster. The Anbu's hand went numb, his sword clattering to the floor. Before it could even hit the ground, Naruto had spun behind him, one arm around his neck in a chokehold, the other holding the captured ninjato to his throat. It was over in less than a minute. Silence. Naruto held the position for a second, then released the Anbu, stepping back and offering the sword hilt first. "I believe the spar is over," he said, his voice perfectly level, though his heart was hammering in his chest. Crow took his blade, sheathed it, and bowed his head to the Hokage, his face unreadable behind the mask. "The boy is skilled, Hokage-sama. His fundamentals are flawless. He fights with discipline, not rage." Hiruzen smiled, a genuine, proud smile. He looked at the elders, at Danzo. "There you have it. His skill is not a threat. It is a strength. And his control, his ability to win without relying on the Kyuubi's power or even lethal force, is a testament to his character." He turned back to Naruto. "Your training is now officially sanctioned by this office. I will register your sword art, which we will call Konoha Batojutsu, for the official record, as a unique family style. This will grant you a certain degree of autonomy. However," his eyes became serious again, "this will also bring you attention. Unwanted attention. There are those who will see your power and seek to control it." He glanced meaningfully at Danzo. "Be vigilant, Naruto. Be wise. Your greatest battles may not be fought with a sword." Danzo's single eye narrowed for a fraction of a second, and then his expression was smooth and impassive again. He bowed his head slightly to the Hokage. "A wise decision, Hokage-sama. The boy will be a credit to the village." His voice was honeyed, but Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. It was a threat, wrapped in the guise of praise. "You are all dismissed," Hiruzen said, sitting back down at his desk, suddenly looking very old and very tired. "Naruto, you may keep the ninjato. A gift. Consider it your first officially sanctioned blade." Naruto bowed deeply, his mind reeling. He had done it. He had faced the leaders of his village, proven himself, and walked away not as a prisoner, but as a recognized swordsman. As he and Kakashi walked out, he felt Danzo's eye on his back, a cold, calculating pressure that promised this was only the beginning. "Kenjutsu drills?" Sakura asked, her voice incredulous. The next morning, Team 7 stood in their usual training ground. Kakashi had tossed each of them a bakken. Sakura fumbled with hers, holding it awkwardly. Sasuke gripped his tightly, a dark, intense look in his eyes. He had been waiting for this. "That's right," Kakashi said, leaning against a tree. "Naruto's unique skill set is now an official asset to this team. But it's useless if we can't fight with him. So, you're going to learn the basics. Stances. Footwork. Parrying. Sakura, this will improve your timing and situational awareness. Sasuke, this will add a new dimension to your taijutsu and force you to rely on something other than just your Sharingan and speed." Sasuke scoffed. "I don't need to learn the Dobe's clumsy sword swinging. Don't you?" Kakashi's voice was sharp. "He beat you without throwing a punch, didn't he? And he held off a Jonin-level opponent while you were taken down in seconds. Your pride is a weakness, Sasuke. Learn to control it, or it will get you killed. Today's exercise is simple. Naruto will be in the center of this clearing. He's not allowed to move from that spot. You two will attack him. The goal is to land a single, clean touch on him. You can use any taijutsu or ninjutsu you like, short of trying to kill him. Begin." Sakura looked hesitant, but Sasuke's eyes lit up with a feral gleam. This wasn't training. This was revenge. A chance to put the deadlast back in his place. Naruto stood in the center of the clearing, the gifted ninjato in one hand, his own katana still sheathed on his back. He settled into a low, defensive stance. Sasuke was the first to attack. He didn't bother with strategy. He just charged, a blur of motion, his Bakken held like a club. He was all rage and speed. Naruto didn't meet his charge. He simply shifted his weight, deflecting Sasuke's wild swing with a gentle, flowing block that sent the Uchiha stumbling past. "Your form is terrible," Naruto said, his voice calm and analytical. "You're all arms. Your power should come from your hips." Sasuke snarled and came at him again. This time, he incorporated his taijutsu, lashing out with a kick aimed at Naruto's head while swinging the Bakken at his legs. It was a good combo, one that would have overwhelmed any other genin. Naruto ducked under the kick, parried the Bakken with his ninjato, and used his free hand to push Sasuke's kicking leg, spinning him off balance. Sasuke hit the ground, rolling back to his feet in a fury. While Sasuke was attacking, Sakura was trying to be clever. She created 3 clones and had them all throw kunai at Naruto from different angles. Naruto didn't even look at her. His blade was a blur, deflecting all 3 kunai with 3 sharp, precise movements, never once taking his eyes off Sasuke. "Stop holding back!" Sasuke roared. "Fight me for real." "I am fighting you for real," Naruto replied. "This is a real fight. It's about control, not about who can make the biggest explosion. You're wide open, Sasuke. Your anger is a giant red target." For the next hour, it was the same. Sasuke would attack with everything he had, speed, the Sharingan, even a small fireball jutsu that Naruto simply sidestepped. Every single attack was effortlessly blocked, parried, or dodged. Naruto never even looked strained. He was a rock, and Sasuke was the wave, crashing against him again and again, achieving nothing. Sakura tried to provide support, but her timing was off, her attacks easily read and dismissed. Finally, Sasuke was on his knees, panting, his body bruised and his pride in tatters. He was utterly spent. Sakura stood off to the side, looking defeated. "This is pointless," Sasuke spat, glaring at the ground. "I can't hit him." "Of course you can't," Kakashi's voice came from the tree-line. He walked into the clearing. "You're fighting him. You're supposed to be fighting with Sakura. It's a team exercise. You're trying to win a one-on-one duel, and he's a better duelist than you are. You haven't spoken a single word to your teammate. You haven't coordinated a single attack. You're both just doing your own thing, and it's failing." He looked at them, his expression stern. "Watch him. Not as an opponent, but as a teammate. Understand his rhythm. His style is defensive. He waits for you to make a mistake. So, don't make one. Create a situation where there is no right answer for him. Sakura, your strength is your mind. Think. Sasuke, your strength is your speed and precision. Use it. Work together. Try again." Sasuke looked at Sakura, a flicker of reluctant understanding in his eyes. He hated it. He hated relying on anyone. But he hated losing more. He gave her a sharp nod. This time, the attack was different. Sasuke charged again, but it was a feint. As Naruto moved to intercept him, Sasuke disengaged, throwing a handful of shuriken. It was a simple distraction. While Naruto's blade was occupied deflecting the shuriken, the real attack came. From his blind spot. "Now!" Sasuke yelled. Sakura, who had been stealthily circling around, burst from the bushes behind Naruto, her Bakken held high for a downward strike. It was a perfectly timed pincer attack. If Naruto turned to block Sakura, Sasuke would get him from the front. If he focused on Sasuke, Sakura would get him from the back. Checkmate. But Naruto didn't panic. In the split second he made a choice. He didn't try to block both. He focused on Sakura's attack, the more immediate threat. He spun, his ninjato coming up to meet her Bakken. Clack. He'd blocked her. But his back was now completely exposed to Sasuke. He had left himself open. He had trusted his teammate. But Sasuke's attack never came. Instead, at the exact moment Naruto turned, Sasuke had thrown his own Bakken. It spun through the air, not at Naruto, but at a tree branch above him. The Bakken struck the branch, which snapped and fell, right into the path of another clone Sakura had secretly created, which had been preparing a third angle of attack. Naruto stared, his block still locked with Sakura's. Sasuke hadn't taken the opening. He had used his attack to cover Naruto's weakness. He had anticipated the true trap. There was a moment of silence. Then, a small, almost invisible smile touched Kakashi's lips. Naruto relaxed his stance. He looked at Sasuke, who was looking back at him, his expression no longer just angry, but complex. It was still filled with rivalry, but now there was a grudging respect mixed in. A silent acknowledgement. "Not bad," Naruto said. Sasuke replied, which was his version of a compliment. They weren't friends. They weren't even close. But for the first time, they were a team. That night, Naruto was walking home from Ichiraka Ramen, his stomach full and his mind buzzing with the day's events. The breakthrough with Sasuke felt bigger than his validation from the Hokage. It felt real. He took a shortcut through one of the smaller, less used training grounds, a place of tall trees and deep shadows. The air was cool and quiet. Too quiet. He stopped, his hand resting on the hilt of his katana. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see anything. But he felt it. A presence. A cold, disciplined intent focused solely on him. "The Hokage sanctioned your skills," a voice said. It was flat, emotionless, coming from the shadows all around him. "But Lord Danzo requires his own assessment." A figure dropped from a tree in front of him. They were wearing the standard ANBU uniform, but their mask was different. It was completely blank. No animal features. No emotion. It was the face of a ghost. A root operative. "I have no business with Danzo," Naruto said, drawing his katana. The blade whispered out of its sheath, gleaming in the moonlight. This was his real sword. His soul. "Lord Danzo has business with you," the root ANBU said. "He wishes to gauge your potential. And your loyalty. Do not resist. It will only make the assessment more thorough." The root operative moved. They were faster than Crow. Their movements were small, precise, and utterly lethal. They didn't use a sword. They wielded two short, sharp tanto, held in a reverse grip. They flowed forward, a dance of death aimed at Naruto's vital points. Naruto met the assault. Steel rang on steel in the moonlit clearing. This was different from sparring with Crow. This wasn't a test. This was an assassination attempt, disguised as a test. The root agent wasn't trying to subdue him, they were trying to find a killing blow. Every parry, every block, was met with another, faster attack from a different angle. Naruto was forced onto the defensive, his refined style a perfect counter to the root's aggressive assault. He wasn't trying to win. He was just trying to survive the initial storm. He let his body flow, his mind clear, feeling the rhythm of his opponent's attacks. They were fast, they were strong, but they were also rigid. Their training was perfect, but it was predictable. There was no artistry, no improvisation. It was a killing machine. Naruto saw his opening. The root agent lunged with a double thrust, aiming for his heart and throat simultaneously. A fatal move. Naruto didn't retreat. He stepped into the attack. He turned his body sideways, the two tanto passing harmlessly on either side of him, so close he could feel the cold of the steel on his skin. He was inside their guard. He didn't strike with his blade. He slammed the pommel of his katana into the operative's temple. It wasn't a killing blow, but it was hard enough to stun. The root agent stumbled, their perfect form broken for a single instant. Naruto didn't press the attack. He flowed back, putting distance between them, his sword held ready. "The assessment is over," he said, his voice cold. "Tell Danzo I am a shinobi of the leaf, loyal to the Hokage. I am not one of his puppets." The root operative straightened up, their head tilted slightly as if processing the data. They didn't speak. They didn't show any sign of anger or defeat. They simply made a hand sign, and their body dissolved into a swirl of ink and paper. An ink clone. The real one had been watching from the shadows the entire time. Naruto stood alone in the clearing, his heart pounding. The fight was over, but the battle had just begun. He had won the spar. He had impressed the Hokage. He had even started to earn his team's respect. But he had also made a powerful, ruthless enemy. Danzo now knew what he was capable of. And a man like Danzo did not like weapons that he could not control. He sheathed his sword, the soft click echoing in the sudden silence. The whispers in the village were just the beginning. The real storm was coming. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Serpent in the Forest. The woman who introduced herself as Anko Mitarashi had a manic energy that made Naruto's teeth ache. She was all sharp angles and wild smiles, a trench coat flapping around her as she pointed a kunai at her own face, a drop of blood trickling down her cheek from where she'd been a little too enthusiastic. She stood before a massive, fenced-off forest, a place that radiated a palpable sense of dread. The air coming off it was thick and humid, smelling of rot and old things. "Welcome, maggots, to the stage for the second part of the Chunin exams," she cackled, her voice echoing slightly in the unnerving quiet. Training Ground 44, better known as, the Forest of Death. A few of the genin around Naruto visibly paled. He just watched her, his expression carefully modulated to be one of wide-eyed, nervous excitement. Internally, he was a still pond. This place was dangerous. He could feel it. Not just the wild animals she was talking about, but the intent of the 40-odd teams standing around them. 40 teams would enter. Less than half would pass. The math was simple and brutal. This wasn't an exam. It was a cull. The rules are simple. Anko shouted, holding up 2 scrolls, one marked, Heaven, the other Earth. "Half of you will get a Heaven scroll, half of you will get an Earth scroll. To pass, your team needs to get to the tower in the center of the forest with one of each. You have 5 days. Oh, and you're not allowed to look at the contents of the scrolls until you get there. And try not to die." She gave them another wild, unhinged grin, and it was clear she was enjoying this far too much. They were herded to different gates surrounding the massive forest. Team 7 got Gate 12. As they waited for the signal, Sakura was nervously checking her pack for the 10th time, her face pale. Sasuke was stretching, his movements sharp and precise, his eyes already scanning the tree line, a predatory gleam in them. Naruto stood between them, his hands in his pockets. He wasn't looking at the forest. He was listening to it. He closed his eyes, filtering out Anko's continued shouting and the nervous chatter of other teams. He focused on the sounds from beyond the fence. The buzz of insects. The distant cry of a bird. The rustle of leaves that was just a little too rhythmic to be the wind. He was building a baseline, a mental map of what normal sounded like in this place. Anything that deviated from that baseline was a threat. It was a meditation Tetsu had taught him, a way of extending one's senses beyond the physical, of becoming part of the environment. "You okay, Naruto?" Sakura asked, her voice a little shaky. "You're awfully quiet." He opened his eyes and flashed his signature grin, the transformation instantaneous. "Just getting psyched up. We're gonna ace this thing, no problem. Believe it." Sasuke scoffed. "Just try not to get in the way, dope." The loud clang of a bell echoed through the air, and the gates flew open. "Begin." Anko's voice roared. "Let's go." Sasuke barked, and they plunged into the oppressive green darkness of the forest. They moved fast, leaping from branch to branch, a silent, coordinated unit. The training with Kakashi had paid off. They moved in a loose triangular formation, Sasuke at the point, Sakura on the right, and Naruto on the left, each covering the other's blind spots. It was a formation they had drilled 100 times, and it felt natural now. After about 20 minutes of pushing deeper into the forest, Sasuke held up a hand, and they came to a stop on a thick branch high in the canopy. "We need a plan," Sasuke said, his voice low. "We have a heaven scroll. That means we need to find a team with an earth scroll. The weakest teams will be trying to get to the tower as fast as possible, avoiding conflict. The stronger teams will be hunting. We should hunt." "Hunt?" Sakura said nervously. "Shouldn't we just try to get to the tower? Avoid fighting if we can?" "No," Naruto said, his voice quiet, the goofy persona shed now that they were in the field. Everyone's focus was on survival, and his included keeping up the act. Sasuke's right. Hiding is a losing game in a place this big. You just give the predators more time to find you. We need to be the predators. Sasuke glanced at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He'd expected an argument, or a loud, stupid suggestion. Instead, he got calm, cold logic that mirrored his own. It was unsettling. He gave a curt nod. "We find a weak team, take their scroll, and get to the tower. The faster, the better." Suddenly, Naruto held up a hand for silence. He tilted his head, his eyes unfocused. "Something's wrong." "What is it?" Sakura whispered, her kunai already in her hand. "The insects," Naruto said softly. "They just went quiet. All of them. In that direction." He pointed to the north. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He couldn't hear anything. But he had learned, grudgingly, to trust Naruto's strange, uncanny senses. An abrupt silence in a place like this meant only one thing: something big, something dangerous, was moving through the undergrowth. "It's coming this way," Naruto whispered. "Fast." A moment later, they heard it too. A crashing sound, a desperate, panicked flight through the bushes. A figure burst into the clearing below them. He was a genin from the village hidden in the grass, his face a mask of pure terror, his clothes torn. He scrambled up a tree, trying to hide. Then, the thing that was chasing him emerged. It was a snake, but a snake of impossible size. It was as thick as a tree trunk and at least 50 feet long, its scales a sickly brown-green. It moved with a terrifying, unnatural speed, its massive head weaving back and forth, a forked tongue tasting the air. The grass gneen whimpered as the snake's massive, lidless eye fixed on him. The snake reared up, its mouth opening impossibly wide, and it swallowed the boy whole in one gruesome, convulsive gulp. Sakura clapped a hand over her mouth, a choked gasp escaping her. Sasuke's face was pale, his bravado from moments before gone, replaced by a cold knot of fear. Even he had never seen a summon of that size. The snake, having finished its meal, turned its attention upwards, its gaze sweeping the canopy. It hadn't sensed them yet, but it would. "We need to go," Naruto whispered, his voice tight. "Now." Silently. They moved, fading back into the trees like ghosts, their earlier confidence shattered. That single, brutal display of power had changed the entire exam. This wasn't about fighting other genin anymore. The forest itself was trying to kill them. They put several miles between themselves and the giant snake before finally stopping to catch their breath. The mood was grim. "What was that thing?" Sakura asked, her voice still trembling. "A summon, obviously," Sasuke snapped, his fear manifesting as anger. "Someone powerful is in this forest. We need to be more careful." They continued on, but their pace was slower now, more cautious. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every rustle of leaves was a potential monster. After another hour, they found a small, sheltered clearing with a stream running through it. "We should rest here for a bit," Sasuke said, his eyes scanning their surroundings. "And we need a password. Something to identify ourselves in case we get separated or someone uses a transformation jutsu." "Good idea," Sakura agreed. "The question is, when does a ninja strike?" Sasuke said. "And the answer is, a ninja waits for the right time, when the enemy sleeps and his guard is down." He looked at them. "Got it?" They both nodded. It was a needlessly long and dramatic password, but it was pure Sasuke. Naruto committed it to memory. He didn't think it was a good password, too complex, too easy to forget under pressure, but he wasn't going to argue. Sasuke took the first watch, perching on a high branch, while Sakura refilled their canteens and Naruto sat by the stream, ostensibly resting. But he wasn't resting. He was maintaining his blade. He had a small, smooth stone and a piece of soft leather he always carried. He drew his katana, the simple, perfect blade Tetsu had helped him forge, and began the slow, meditative process of polishing it. The rhythmic, repetitive motion was calming, a ritual that centered him, clearing his mind of the fear and tension. A short while later, a gust of wind, unnaturally strong and cold, swept through the clearing. It wasn't a normal wind. It carried a scent, faint and foul, like ozone and something rotting. Naruto's head snapped up, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. He stood up slowly. "What's wrong?" Sakura asked. "Get away from the stream," Naruto said, his voice low and urgent. At that moment, a figure stumbled out of the trees. He wore the scratched headband of the village hidden in the rain. He was clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain. "Please, help me," he gasped, before collapsing to the ground. Sakura, her compassionate nature taking over, started to rush towards him. "He's hurt. Stay back," Naruto commanded, his voice sharp enough to make her freeze. He stepped in front of her, his katana held in a loose, ready grip at his side. He didn't take his eyes off the fallen ninja. From the trees, two more Rain emerged, looking nervous. "Our teammate, he was attacked by some kind of monster. We got separated from our squad." Sasuke dropped down from the branches above, landing silently beside Naruto. "What's going on?" "It's a trap," Naruto said, not looking at him. "Their story is full of holes. And, they don't feel right." The lead Rain chuckled, a low, ugly sound. His form flickered and dissolved. It was a clone. The other two also dissolved. A genjutsu. The world around them seemed to melt and warp. The trees twisted into grotesque shapes, the sky turned a sickly yellow. A dozen Rain seemed to materialize from the shadows, surrounding them, their faces obscured by traditional straw hats and masks. "Impressive," a voice echoed around them, seeming to come from all directions at once. "You saw through our little illusion. But it doesn't matter. Now, hand over your scroll, and we might let you live." "Release." Sakura and Sasuke both yelled, flaring their chakra to break the genjutsu. The world snapped back to normal. But the three Rain were still there, standing exactly where they had been before, their leader holding up an earth scroll with a smirk. "Not bad," the Rain said. "But you've wasted your chakra. We've been watching you. You're tired. You're scared. This will be easy." "You talk too much," Sasuke said, and charged. The fight was a chaotic blur. The Rain were skilled, specializing in water-style jutsus and creating disorienting clones of mist. Sasuke was a whirlwind of fire and taijutsu, but he was outnumbered. Sakura provided support, her sharp eyes picking out the real ninjas from the clones, shouting warnings and throwing kunai with deadly accuracy. Naruto moved to the center of the fight, his role not to attack, but to defend. He became the immovable core of their team. His katana was a silver blur, deflecting kunai, parrying a sword strike from one of the Rain, his footwork keeping him perfectly positioned to cover both Sasuke and Sakura. "Focus on the one in the middle," Sasuke yelled, as he kicked a mist clone in the face, causing it to dissolve. "He's the one holding the scroll." The three Rain converged on Naruto, their attacks coordinated. One came from the front with a series of water bullets, another from the side with a tanto, and the third tried to trap his feet with a jutsu that turned the ground to thick, sticky mud. Naruto didn't panic. He deflected the first water bullet with the flat of his blade, sidestepped the second, and leaped over the mud pit, all in one fluid motion. He met the tanto-wielding ninja in mid-air, their blades clashing with a sharp ring. He used the force of the block to spin, landing lightly behind the ninja, and delivered a sharp rap to the back of his neck with the pommel of his sword. The Rain collapsed, unconscious. 2 down. The leader was left. The ninja, seeing his teammates defeated, snarled and made a series of hand signs. A thick, disorienting mist filled the clearing. "You can't fight what you can't see, Leaf Nin," his voice echoed. "Sasuke. 6 o'clock. Sakura shouted. Sasuke spun, a fireball erupting from his lips, illuminating the mist and forcing the Rain to leap out of the way, revealing his position. It was all the opening Naruto needed. He moved through the mist like a phantom, his steps silent. The Rain, his eyes still adjusting from the bright flash of the fireball, didn't see him coming. Naruto appeared at his side, the flat of his katana slapping against the man's wrist. The earth scroll flew from his numb fingers. Naruto snatched it out of the air, then spun, sweeping the man's legs out from under him. The Rain went down hard, and Naruto's sword was at his throat before he could even register what had happened. The mist cleared. The fight was over. They had won. They had a heaven scroll and an earth scroll. "Not bad, Dobe," Sasuke grunted, breathing a little heavily. He was impressed, though he'd die before he admitted it. The way Naruto moved, the way he controlled the flow of the battle without even seeming to try, it was on another level. "That was amazing, Naruto-kun," Sakura said, her eyes shining. The fear she'd once had of his skills was slowly being replaced by awe. Naruto just grinned, back in character. "See? Told you we'd ace this. Now let's get to the tower and get some ramen." He sealed both scrolls into a storage pouch. They were halfway to the tower. They were working as a team. Things were looking up. But the forest was not done with them yet. They traveled for another few hours, the relief of their victory making them slightly less cautious. They found a large, hollow tree that offered good shelter and decided to make camp for the night. They needed to rest. The fight, combined with the constant tension, had drained them. They set up a simple camp. Sakura took the first watch, with Sasuke to follow, and then Naruto. Naruto was cleaning his blade again, the familiar ritual a comfort. Sasuke was leaning against the tree, his eyes closed, though Naruto knew he wasn't sleeping. He was meditating, trying to recover his chakra. Suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful wave of killing intent washed over the clearing. It was so thick, so heavy, it felt like being plunged into ice water. It was 1,000 times worse than Zabuza's. This was the pressure of a predator that had never known fear, a being that saw everyone and everything else as food. Sakura cried out, collapsing to her knees, paralyzed by the sheer malice in the air. Sasuke's eyes snapped open, his whole body rigid, his hand trembling as it reached for a kunai. He was terrified. Pure, primal terror had seized him. Naruto felt it too. It was a cold hand squeezing his heart. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to run, to hide, to simply cease to exist. The Kyuubi in his gut stirred, a low growl of hatred and fear. It recognized this presence. Calm. Clear. A mirror. Tetsu's voice was a lifeline in the suffocating sea of fear. Naruto took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing the panic down. He gripped the hilt of his katana, the familiar worn wooden anchor in reality. He pushed himself to his feet, his legs feeling like lead. A figure emerged from the shadows. They were tall and pale, with long, black hair. But it was their eyes that held all the terror in the world. They were golden and slitted, like a snake's, and they burned with an ancient, predatory intelligence. A long, purple tongue snaked out, licking their lips. It was a woman. No, the chakra signature was male. It was something utterly inhuman. My, the figure hissed, their voice a silken, terrifying sound. Look what I've found. 3 little leaves, trembling on the branch. I was just looking for a little entertainment. The figure's gaze fell on Sasuke, and their smile widened. Oh, but you're a special one, aren't you? An Uchiha. So much potential. So much delicious anger. Sasuke couldn't move. He was completely locked down by the pressure. He could only watch as the monster glided towards him. What are you? Sasuke managed to force out, his voice a strangled whisper. They call me Orochimaru, the figure said, as if sharing a pleasantry. And I've come to see if my little Uchiha fledgling has learned how to fly. That name. Orochimaru. One of the 3 legendary Sannin. A traitor to the leaf. A monster of myth and legend. And he was here. Rage, born of terror and pride, finally broke Sasuke's paralysis. He wouldn't be prey. He was an Uchiha. He launched himself at Orochimaru, his Sharingan spinning, a kunai in each hand. Stay away from me. It wasn't a fight. It was a dissection. Orochimaru moved with a fluid, boneless grace that was both beautiful and horrifying. He dodged Sasuke's furious assault without even trying, his golden eyes filled with amusement. He caught Sasuke's wrist, twisting it with a casual strength that made Sasuke cry out. He slammed a knee into his stomach, then a fist into his face, sending the Uchiha Prodigy crashing into the hollow of the tree. Is that all? Orochimaru purred, disappointed. I expected more. So much hate. So much talent. But you're still just a child. You need more power, don't you? A little gift. From me, to you. Orochimaru's neck elongated, stretching, an impossible, horrifying distance, until his head was right in front of the dazed Sasuke. He opened his mouth, and fangs descended. He lunged forward and bit Sasuke hard on the side of the neck. Sasuke screamed. A raw, agonized sound of pure agony. 3 black tomo marks appeared on his neck where the fangs had been, swirling like a dark curse. They pulsed with a malevolent purple chakra, and black markings began to spread across his skin like a disease. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed, unconscious, convulsing on the ground. Sasuke-kun. Sakura shrieked, finally breaking free of her paralysis. But she was still frozen in place, tears streaming down her face, utterly helpless. Orochimaru's head snapped back to his body with a wet, sickening sound. He turned his golden eyes, which were now glowing with a triumphant light, towards the other 2. It was in that moment, seeing Sasuke fall, hearing Sakura's terrified scream, that something inside Naruto broke. The calm mirror shattered. The carefully controlled center he had cultivated for years was consumed by a tidal wave of pure, absolute rage. It wasn't just his rage. It was the Kyuubi's. A raw, ancient hatred for this serpentine creature. Kill. The voice in his head roared. Tear. Devour. Let me out. Red, bubbling chakra erupted from him, a visible, burning aura of power and malice. The air grew hot. The whisker marks on his cheeks darkened, his canines elongated, his blue eyes bled into a demonic, slitted red. The power was intoxicating. It promised him the strength to destroy this monster, to tear him limb from limb. He took a step forward, a low, animalistic growl rumbling in his chest. Orochimaru's smile widened. Ah! And the main course reveals itself. The Jinchuriki. So much delicious, untamed power. I wonder how you'll taste, but as Naruto raised a hand, claws beginning to form, another voice cut through the red haze. A voice like old iron and calm wisdom. Tetsu's voice. Is this your strength, Naruto? Or are you just borrowing the power of the beast you carry? A swordsman's strength comes from his will. His discipline. Not from the rage of a caged monster. Are you a swordsman? Or are you just the cage? The question was a bucket of ice water on the raging fire. The red aura flickered. Naruto cried out, clutching his head. It was a war inside him. The Kyuubi's promise of instant, overwhelming power versus 5 years of brutal, painstaking discipline. To give in would be to lose everything he had built, to become the very monster the village always thought he was. To resist meant facing this godlike creature with nothing but his own skill, his own will. It meant probable death. He looked at Sasuke, unconscious and cursed. He looked at Sakura, crying and terrified. His promise. To protect them. He wouldn't do it as a monster. He would do it as himself. With a final, guttural roar of effort, he forced the red chakra down. He forced it back into the seal, back into the cage. The heat receded. His eyes returned to their normal blue, though they now burned with a fire that was all his own. He was panting, sweat pouring down his face, his body trembling from the strain of the internal battle. But he was in control. He was himself. He reached back and drew his katana. The simple, clean sound of steel leaving wood was a declaration. Orochimaru's smile faltered for the first time, replaced by a look of genuine, profound surprise. You suppressed it. The Kyuubi's chakra. You had all that power at your fingertips, and you pushed it away. How fascinating. Get away from my friends, Naruto said. His voice wasn't a shout. It was low, level, and colder than the grave. He settled into Chuden no Kami, his blade aimed directly at Orochimaru's heart. The goofy kid was gone. The raging beast was gone. All that was left was the swordsman. Orochimaru's expression shifted from surprise to predatory glee. Oh, this is even better than I could have hoped. A vessel that can not only contain the Kyuubi, but command it. And with such an interesting hobby. He licked his lips. Show me, boy. Show me what that little butter knife can do against a god. Orochimaru moved. He didn't use a jutsu. He didn't stretch his neck. He just flowed forward, his body moving in a way that defied anatomy, his hand lashing out like a striking snake. Naruto didn't retreat. He met the attack. His katana was a blur, parrying the strike. But Orochimaru's attack wasn't a simple strike. His arm was like a whip, flexible and unpredictable. The moment Naruto blocked it, Orochimaru's hand snaked around the blade, his fingers aiming for Naruto's eyes. Naruto pivoted, his footwork flawless, spinning out of the attack and creating distance. He had never faced a taijutsu style like this. It was formless, chaotic, utterly alien. You're quick, Orochimaru hissed, his amusement growing. But you're only defending. You can't win if you don't attack. He came at Naruto again, a whirlwind of boneless strikes and kicks from impossible angles. Naruto was a rock in the storm. His blade was a shield, a wall of steel that Orochimaru's attacks broke against. He was parrying, deflecting, his mind racing, analyzing. There was a pattern to the chaos. A rhythm. He just had to find it. Orochimaru, growing impatient, made a hand sign. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke, and 3 massive snakes, each as thick as Naruto was tall, erupted from the ground, their fangs dripping with venom. They struck at him from 3 different directions at once. Naruto didn't have time to think. He reacted. He dropped low, one snake's fangs snapping shut just over his head. He sliced upwards, his blade cutting deep into the snake's underbelly. The snake shrieked and recoiled. He spun, his blade a horizontal arc that forced the other two snakes back, then he disengaged, putting space between himself and the summons. But the real threat was Orochimaru. While Naruto was occupied with the snakes, the Sannin appeared behind him, his own sword suddenly in his hand. It was a long, ethereal blade that seemed to glow with a faint purple light. The sword of Kusanagi. Let's see how your steel fares against a legend, boy, Orochimaru hissed, and lunged. The clang of their blades meeting was a high, piercing shriek. The force of the blow was immense, sending a shockwave up Naruto's arms that nearly made him drop his katana. The Kusanagi was no ordinary blade. It was alive with chakra, and it bit at his own sword, threatening to shatter it. He was outmatched. In power, in speed, in experience, in weaponry. He was facing a legend. A monster. And he was completely, utterly alone. The fear tried to creep back in, the cold voice that told him this was hopeless. The weight of a sword isn't in the steel. It's in the promise. He gritted his teeth, his knuckles white on the hilt. He had made a promise. He shoved back with all his might, breaking the blade lock. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 clones burst into existence, all of them armed with the image of his katana. They didn't charge blindly. They moved with a swordsman's discipline, creating a perimeter, attacking Orochimaru and his snakes from all sides, trying to create an opening for the original. Orochimaru laughed, a sound of pure, joyous destruction. He was a whirlwind of death. His Kusanagi cut through the clones as if they were made of paper. The snakes lunged and bit, dispelling clones with every strike. But it was working. It was buying time. It was forcing Orochimaru to divide his attention. The real Naruto was not in the fight. He was circling, watching, his eyes narrowed in focus. He ignored the chaos, the dying screams of his clones, the hissing of the snakes. He watched Orochimaru's movements. He was arrogant. He was toying with them. He was leaving openings. Tiny, fractional openings that a normal ninja would never see, never be able to exploit. But Naruto wasn't a normal ninja. He saw it. As Orochimaru spun to cut down a clone on his left, his right side was exposed for less than a tenth of a second. It was a suicidal opening to attack. No one would be fast enough. But Naruto had spent 5 years practicing a single principle, sente. Seizing the initiative. Attacking the intention. He didn't wait for the opening to appear. He moved before it happened. He exploded forward, a single, perfect, gliding step. Suriashi. The world seemed to narrow to a single point, a single target. The spot on Orochimaru's side, just above his hip. Orochimaru's golden eyes widened. He felt the shift in intent. He saw the blonde brat moving, impossibly fast. He was still in the middle of his swing, his body committed. He couldn't bring his sword around in time to block. Naruto's blade was a flash of silver light. It wasn't a powerful, cleaving blow. It was a quick, precise, drawing cut. The kind of cut meant to sever a muscle, to cripple a limb. Schlick. The sound was soft, almost delicate. The tip of his katana sliced through Orochimaru's robes and cut into the flesh beneath. A thin line of red appeared, blossoming into a dark stain. Naruto was already moving back, his attack and retreat a single, fluid motion. He had done it. He had landed a blow. He had cut a god. The last of his clones dispelled. The snakes vanished in puffs of smoke. Silence fell over the clearing. Orochimaru stood perfectly still, his head cocked to the side. He slowly looked down at the cut on his side, at the blood welling up. He touched it with his fingers, then brought them to his face, looking at his own blood as if it were a strange and fascinating new substance. Then he started to laugh. It wasn't a laugh of amusement anymore. It was a low, guttural, angry sound. His golden eyes, when they locked back onto Naruto, were filled with a terrifying, murderous fury. The game was over. You made me bleed, Orochimaru hissed, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. You insignificant little worm, you actually made me bleed. He made a single hand sign. A massive snake, larger than any before, erupted from his sleeve, its fangs as long as Naruto's arm. It shot towards him like a spear. Naruto tried to move, to dodge, but he was too slow. His desperate lunge had taken everything he had. The snake's head slammed into him with the force of a battering ram. He felt his ribs crack, the air driven from his lungs in a pained gasp. He was thrown backwards, crashing through the trunk of a tree, which splintered and collapsed around him. He landed in a heap, his body a symphony of agony. His vision was blurring, black spots dancing at the edges. His katana lay a few feet away, just beyond his reach. He had failed. He was going to die. Orochimaru glided over to him, the giant snake coiled at his side. He loomed over Naruto's broken form, a triumphant, cruel smile on his face. Such a fascinating boy, he mused. Such spirit. Such discipline. Perhaps the Uchiha is not the only vessel worth cultivating. He reached down, his fingers brushing against the seal on Naruto's stomach. A jolt of black, malevolent chakra shot through Naruto, and the seal glowed a painful red, 5 black prongs of energy spreading from the center, disrupting the original seal. A little something to remember me by. It will disrupt your control of the fox. A gift. He straightened up. But I have what I came for today. He glanced at Sasuke's unconscious form, then back at Naruto. We will meet again, Uzumaki Naruto. When you are stronger. When you are more worthy of my attention. And with that, he sank into the ground, disappearing into the shadows as if he were never there. The clearing was quiet again. Naruto lay in the dirt and shattered wood, every breath a fresh wave of agony. He could feel the new, corrupted seal on his stomach burning with a cold fire. He had saved his team. But the cost had been immense. He stared up at the canopy of leaves, the world fading to black, his last conscious thought a single, heavy realization: the serpent had left its mark, and the forest, and the world, had just gotten infinitely more dangerous. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Scars and Oaths. The first thing to cut through the black, suffocating nothingness was a sound. A high-pitched, incessant buzzing. It took Naruto a long, agonizing time to realize it was the sound of insects. Not the quiet, natural hum of the forest, but a frantic, agitated swarm. The second thing was pain. It was a dull, all-encompassing ache, a deep throb in his bones and a sharp, fiery agony in his chest with every ragged breath he managed to draw. He tried to open his eyes. His eyelids felt like they were glued shut with lead weights. With a surge of effort that felt like lifting a mountain, he managed to crack them open a sliver. The world was a blurry mess of green and brown. He was lying on his back, half buried in the splintered remains of a tree. He could taste blood and dirt. Memories, fractured and sharp-edged, stabbed at his mind. Golden, slitted eyes. A horrifyingly long neck. The impossible, soul-crushing pressure of pure killing intent. Sasuke's scream. The burning agony of the Kyuubi's chakra. The cold, clear focus as he drew his blade. The shriek of his katana against the legendary Kusanagi. The crack of his own ribs. The searing pain of the new seal. Orochimaru. The name echoed in the hollow space of his skull, a curse and a promise. He tried to move, to push himself up, but a fresh wave of agony shot through his torso, and he collapsed back with a pained groan, his vision spotting with black. He was broken. Utterly and completely broken. His katana lay a few feet away, its simple wooden hilt covered in dirt. It looked as tired and defeated as he felt. He heard voices. Hazy, distant. Found another one over here. By the destroyed tree. Is he alive? Holy crap. Look at the devastation. What happened here? It's the Uzumaki kid. He's breathing, but barely. Figures swam into his blurry vision. They wore the flak jackets of Konoha Chunin and the wild, unhinged grin of Enko Mitarashi. She knelt beside him, her usual manic energy replaced by a look of grim professionalism. Her eyes took in his shattered state, the destroyed clearing, the massive snake tracks in the mud, and her expression hardened. Get the medics, she snapped at one of her subordinates. Now. Tell them we have a code red. Possible contact with subject O. Her hand gently rolled him onto his side, and he cried out as the movement sent a jolt of white-hot fire through his ribs. She ignored it, her fingers expertly probing the back of his jacket, which was riddled with dozens of tiny holes. Senbon needles, she muttered to herself, pulling one out. Haku's work. So Zabuza's apprentice was here, too. Then her hand moved to his stomach, lifting the shredded remains of his shirt. She froze. Oh, you son of a bitch, she whispered, her voice a low, venomous hiss. She wasn't talking to him. Naruto's vision was fading again, the edges closing in. The last thing he saw was Enko's face, her usual crazed smile gone, replaced by a look of cold, personal fury as she stared at the corrupted, five-pronged seal burning on his stomach. The last thing he heard was her voice, tight with a rage that sounded decades old. He was here. That bastard was actually here. Then the darkness took him completely. He woke up slowly, drifting towards consciousness like a swimmer rising from the deep. The first sense to return was smell. Antiseptic. Clean linen. That uniquely sterile, unwelcoming scent that could only mean one place. A hospital. He groaned, the sound a dry rasp in his throat. His body felt like one giant, throbbing bruise. He managed to force his eyes open. The ceiling was white. The room was white. Sunlight streamed in through a window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. He was in a standard Konoha General Hospital room, hooked up to an 4-drip. You're awake. He turned his head, the simple movement sending a dull ache through his neck. Sakura was sitting in a chair beside his bed. She looked exhausted. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her usual bright energy was muted, replaced by a quiet, somber worry. Sakura-chan, he croaked, his voice barely a whisper. A wave of relief washed over her face, and she leaned forward. Naruto. You idiot. You were out for 3 days. The medics said, they said you were lucky to be alive. Multiple fractured ribs, severe internal bruising, chakra exhaustion, and those needles, her voice trailed off. Sasuke, he managed, the name a painful lump in his throat. Is he? He's okay, she said quickly, nodding. He's in the room next door. He's been unconscious ever since then. The medics don't know what's wrong with him. There's this mark on his neck. It pulses with this horrible chakra. Kakashi-sensei has been with him almost the whole time. So, the curse mark was active. Orochimaru had gotten what he came for. Naruto felt a hollow ache in his gut that had nothing to do with his injuries. He had failed to protect him. He had landed one cut, one insignificant little scratch on that monster, and in return, his rival, his teammate, had been branded like cattle. And the scroll, he asked, his mind latching onto the mission. Sakura managed a small, tired smile. We passed. Enko-sensei found the scrolls on you. She said what you did was insane. That you stood your ground against him. She told the Hokage you saved us. She looked at him, and the confusion that had been swirling in her eyes since the Land of Waves was back, stronger than ever. How, Naruto? How did you do that? He was a monster. We were all paralyzed, and you fought him. He didn't have an answer for her. Or, he had one, but it was too long and too heavy to explain right now. He just closed his eyes. "I'm a swordsman," he whispered. "I did what I had to do." She was quiet for a long time after that. He drifted in and out of a light, pain-filled sleep. He was vaguely aware of nurses coming in and out, checking his vitals, changing his floor bag. He heard Kakashi's voice in the hallway at one point, low and grim, talking to a medic. The words, "curse seal," "suppression," and "Jiraiya-sama," floated through the haze. It was on the fourth day that he had a visitor. Naruto was awake, propped up in his bed, staring out the window at the Hokage monument. He was feeling more human. The pain had subsided to a constant, dull throb, and he could move without feeling like his bones were made of glass. The door to his room slid open with a soft clatter. Naruto expected a nurse, or maybe even Kakashi. He did not expect the man who filled the doorway. He was a giant of a man, with a wild mane of white hair tied back in a spiky ponytail, and strange red lines running down from his eyes. He wore an odd, old-fashioned green and red outfit and had a massive scroll strapped to his back. He struck a ridiculous, theatrical pose in the doorway, one hand on his hip, the other pointing to the ceiling. Behold! The gallantry and charm of the white-haired toad sage knows no bounds. For it is I, the master of seduction, the author of legends, the one and only Jiraiya. He punctuated the declaration with a booming, self-satisfied laugh. Naruto just stared at him, completely nonplussed. Are you a doctor?" Naruto asked, genuinely confused. Jiraiya's dramatic pose collapsed. "A doctor? A doctor? Brat, do you have any idea who I am? I am one of the legendary Sannin. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. A hero of the Great Wars." The name Sannin clicked in Naruto's brain. Orochimaru. That monster was one of them. Which meant this ridiculous man was. "You're one of his teammates," Naruto said, his voice suddenly flat and cold. The little energy he had was replaced by a wary tension. Jiraiya's boisterous demeanor faded, a flicker of something serious and sad passing through his eyes. "Yeah," he said, his voice losing its theatrical boom. "A long time ago. Before the snakes got into his head." He walked into the room, pulling up the chair Sakura had used and plopping down into it with a sigh. He looked less like a legendary ninja and more like a tired old man. "I heard what happened in the forest," Jiraiya said, his eyes suddenly sharp and intelligent, cutting through the goofy facade. "Heard a little genin with more guts than brains decided to pick a fight with a snake and actually managed to draw blood. I had to see it for myself." He leaned forward, his gaze dropping to Naruto's stomach. "And I heard he left you a little parting gift. Mind if I take a look?" Naruto hesitated. But Kakashi's name came to mind. He must have sent this guy. He slowly lifted his hospital gown, revealing the angry, corrupted seal. Jiraiya's expression turned grim. He leaned in closer, his eyes tracing the 5 black lines that marred the original, perfect spiral of the 4th Hokage's seal. "The 5-pronged seal," Jiraiya muttered, his voice a low growl. "That son of a bitch. He was always a genius with seals, damn him." "What is it?" Naruto asked. "It's a monkey wrench," Jiraiya said, leaning back. He didn't lecture. He spoke plainly. The original seal, the 8-trigram seal, was designed to be a filter. It lets the Kyuubi's chakra leak out and mix with yours, giving you that crazy stamina and healing factor. It's a brilliant piece of work, a perfect balance. This thing, he pointed at the 5 prongs, throws a wrench in the works. It disrupts the harmony. Now, when you try to draw on your own chakra, the Kyuubi's chakra is going to come flooding out, uncontrolled. And when you need the Kyuubi's power, this seal will make it harder to access and even harder to control. Orochimaru didn't just brand you, kid. He tried to cripple you." Naruto stared down at the ugly black marks. He remembered the fight. The feeling of the Kyuubi's rage, the promise of power, and the monumental effort it had taken to force it back down. This seal would make that battle 10 times harder every single time. It was a poison arrow aimed at the very core of his discipline. Can you fix it? Naruto asked, his voice tight. Fix it? No. The original was laid down by the fourth Hokage himself. Messing with his work is like trying to add a new brushstroke to a masterpiece. You'll just ruin it, Jiraiya said. But I can slap a patch on it. A suppression seal. It should help counteract the effects of Orochimaru's little curse, restore some of the balance. But it'll hurt like hell. Do it, Naruto said without a moment's hesitation. Jiraiya looked at him, a flicker of surprised respect in his eyes. Tough kid. He stood up. All right. Brace yourself. He gathered chakra into his hand, a swirling blue light. He hovered his palm over Naruto's stomach. Seal, he grunted, and slammed his hand down. It wasn't a physical pain. It was a spiritual agony. It felt like his very soul was being ripped in two, a screeching, tearing sensation deep inside him. The Kyuubi roared in protest from within its cage, a wave of pure, malevolent hatred crashing against Jiraiya's chakra. Naruto screamed, arching his back, his teeth grinding together as black ink spread from Jiraiya's fingers, forming a new, complex seal over the corrupted one. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The pain vanished, leaving him panting and drenched in a cold sweat. He looked down. The ugly 5-pronged marks were still there, but they were now overlaid with a new, more complex pattern of kanji. The angry, chaotic energy that had been simmering under his skin ever since the forest was gone, replaced by a quiet stillness. He could feel his own chakra. Again, the small, clean blue flame, separate and distinct from the massive, slumbering furnace of the Kyuubi. There, Jiraiya said, wiping a bead of sweat from his own brow. That should hold it. For now. Naruto took a deep, shuddering breath. Thank you, he said, the words genuine. Jiraiya just waved a hand dismissively. Don't thank me yet. That's just a temporary fix. The real problem is still in there. He sat back down. Kakashi told me your story. The whole secret swordsman thing. The discipline. The control. You faced down the Kyuubi's rage in that forest and you chose your own strength over its. Most Jinchuriki, most grown men, couldn't do that. That's why I'm here. He leaned forward again, his goofy persona completely gone, replaced by the intensity of a legendary Sannin. Orochimaru is interested in you now. And he's not the only one. A group called the Akatsuki will be coming for you sooner or later. They're hunting the tailed beasts. Your path, this samurai code of yours, it might be the key. Most people try to use force or seals to suppress the Kyuubi. They treat it like a beast to be caged. But you're trying to tame the storm inside you through pure discipline. You're not trying to master the fox. You're trying to master yourself. It's a radical idea. And it might just be the only thing that will keep you, and the world, from being consumed by that monster. He stood up. I'm going to be keeping an eye on you, kid. And when you're ready, I've got a few tricks I can teach you. Tricks that will complement that sword of yours. He gave Naruto a wink. And teach you how to be a real man. He started to walk out, then paused at the door. Oh, and one more thing. Your Uchiha teammate. He's waking up. And he's not going to be in a good mood. Be ready. And with that, the Toad Sage was gone, leaving behind a whirlwind of questions, a new seal, and a heavy sense of impending doom. Sasuke was awake. The news traveled through the hospital floor like a shockwave. Naruto got dressed, ignoring the protests of his aching muscles, and slipped out of his room. He needed to see him. He found Sasuke's room, but Kakashi was standing guard outside the door, his single eye grim. Not right now, Naruto, Kakashi said, his voice low. He's unstable. The curse mark is causing him a lot of pain. He needs to rest. Naruto could hear things being thrown inside the room, followed by Sakura's frantic, pleading voice. He understood. He backed away, his own unease settling in his gut. He didn't see Sasuke for 2 more days. He was discharged from the hospital, his body still sore but functional. He tried to go back to his routine. He went to the old dojo, but he couldn't bring himself to train. The memory of the fight, of his own powerlessness, was a heavy cloak. Every time he picked up his Bakken, he saw Orochimaru's golden eyes, felt the Kusanagi vibrating against his own blade. The trauma was a raw, open wound. On the 3rd day, he was sitting on the roof of his apartment building, watching the sun set over the village, when he felt a familiar, angry chakra signature approach. He didn't have to turn around. "You," Sasuke's voice said. It was hoarse, strained. Naruto turned. Sasuke stood there, still in his hospital pajamas. He was pale, gaunt, his left arm in a sling. But his eyes were wild, burning with a feverish intensity. The curse mark, 3 black tomo, was stark and ugly against the pale skin of his neck. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked, the question sounding stupid and inadequate as soon as he said it. "Okay." Sasuke laughed, a short, humorless bark of a sound. "He branded me, dope. Like an animal. And you fought him. I saw it. I was on the ground, useless, and you fought him." He took a shaky step forward. "I've been having nightmares. About that day. About my clan. But they're different now. In my dreams, Itachi is standing over my parents, and he has those same eyes. Those same snake eyes." He clutched the curse mark, his knuckles white. "This mark, it hurts. It burns. But it's power. I can feel it. A dark, ugly power that promises me everything I need to kill him. And then there's you." His gaze bored into Naruto. "You don't have a bloodline. You don't have a curse mark. You were the dead last. So how? How did you get that strong? I need to know. That monster, he was interested in you, too. What makes you so special?" It was the same question as before, but this time it wasn't just fueled by rivalry. It was fueled by terror, by pain, by the seductive whisper of Orochimaru's power. Sasuke was standing on the edge of a cliff, and he was looking for a reason not to jump. "I told you, Sasuke. It's not about being special," Naruto said, his voice quiet. "It's about work. It's about getting up every day before the sun and practicing until your arms feel like they're going to fall off. It's about finding a center, a calm place inside you when the whole world is trying to tear you apart. There's no shortcut." "Liar." Sasuke snarled, and he charged. He was fast, even with his injuries. His one good arm lashed out in a punch, but it wasn't his usual precise taijutsu. It was wild, sloppy, fueled by the raw, chaotic energy of the curse mark. Black markings started to snake across his skin from the seal. Naruto sidestepped the punch easily. "Stop it, Sasuke. You're not in any condition to fight. I'll be the judge of that." Sasuke spun, aiming a kick. Naruto caught his ankle, his grip firm but not crushing. "This power isn't yours, Sasuke. You can feel it, can't you? It's eating you. It's making you weaker, not stronger. It's making me stronger." Sasuke roared, and a surge of purple chakra exploded from him, forcing Naruto to let go. The marking spread further, covering half his body. His eyes glowed with a malevolent light. He came at Naruto again, a whirlwind of rage. This wasn't a spar. It was a desperate, angry tantrum. He was throwing everything he had at Naruto, trying to prove that this new, borrowed power was superior to Naruto's hard-won skill. And Naruto just dealt with it. He didn't draw a weapon. He didn't use a jutsu. He just moved. His footwork was a graceful dance on the rooftop tiles. He flowed around Sasuke's furious assault, his hands a blur as he deflected, parried, and redirected every blow. He was the calm eye of Sasuke's hurricane. He wasn't fighting back. He was containing him. "Why won't you fight me?" Sasuke screamed, his frustration reaching a fever pitch. He lunged, his fingers crackling with black lightning, a twisted, corrupted version of the Chidori. Naruto's eyes widened. That was a killing move. He couldn't just deflect that. He met Sasuke's charge, not with a block, but with an embrace. He wrapped his arms around Sasuke's torso, taking the full force of the corrupted Chidori into his own shoulder. The pain was excruciating, like being stabbed with 1,000 burning needles, the smell of ozone and burning flesh filling the air. "Ack!" Naruto cried out, but he held on. He held his struggling, snarling rival in a firm grip. "Let go of me!" Sasuke yelled, thrashing in his arms. "No," Naruto grunted, the pain making his voice raspy. "Look at yourself, Sasuke. Is this what you want to be? A monster, just like him? Just like Itachi? This isn't strength. It's a cage. And it's closing in on you." His words, and the raw, selfless pain of his action, seemed to finally break through the haze of the curse mark's influence. The black markings receded. The corrupted Chidori sputtered and died. Sasuke's body went limp in Naruto's arms, the fight suddenly draining out of him, replaced by a shuddering exhaustion. What am I doing?" Sasuke whispered, his voice cracking. He looked at the smoking, burned hole in Naruto's shoulder, then at his own trembling hands. He had just tried to kill his teammate. "You're scared," Naruto said, releasing him. He stumbled back, clutching his burned shoulder, his face pale with pain. "And you're letting that fear make your decisions for you." The rooftop was suddenly crowded. Kakashi and a team of ANBU had appeared, alerted by the surge of chakra. Kakashi took in the scene, Naruto's wound, Sasuke's collapsed form, the lingering smell of dark chakra, and his visible eye was filled with a deep, weary sadness. He didn't yell. He didn't lecture. He just walked over to Sasuke and helped him to his feet. "Let's get you back to the hospital," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. He looked at Naruto. "And you, too. That needs to be treated." As the ANBU escorted a now docile Sasuke away, Naruto was left on the roof with his sensei. "I had to stop him," Naruto said quietly. "I know," Kakashi said, placing a hand on Naruto's good shoulder. "But you can't save him from himself, Naruto. That's a fight he has to win on his own." Naruto watched them go, a heavy weight settling in his chest. He had stopped Sasuke today. But the serpent's fangs were in deep, and its poison was already spreading. The forge was hot, the air thick with the smell of coal smoke and hot steel. It was a comforting, familiar smell. A smell of creation, of purpose. But today, it brought Naruto no peace. He stood in the center of the small, dusty dojo attached to the forge, a bakken in his hand. He was trying to go through a simple kata, one he could do in his sleep. But his body wouldn't obey. His stance was unsteady. His cuts were sloppy, all power and no finesse. The image of Orochimaru's fluid, boneless movements haunted him. The memory of the Kuzunagi's unnatural sharpness made his own blade feel clumsy and inadequate. He growled in frustration and swung the bakken with all his might, a wild, angry chop that slammed into the wooden training dummy with a loud, ugly crack. "The dummy did not bite your teammate," a dry voice observed from the doorway of the forge. Naruto spun around, breathing heavily. Tetsu stood there, wiping his scarred hands on a rag. His old eyes were as sharp as ever, and they took in Naruto's disheveled state, his frustrated posture, and the barely healed burn mark on his shoulder, visible through his t-shirt. "I saw that little light show from the hospital roof last night," Tetsu said, walking into the dojo. He picked up a second Bakken. "It seems your journey has become complicated." Naruto didn't answer. He just stared at the scarred dummy, his knuckles white on the hilt of his own Bakken. "You fought him," Tetsu stated. It wasn't a question. "I did," Naruto said, his voice tight. "A Sannin. Orochimaru. And you are still breathing," Tetsu noted, his expression unreadable. "That is something." "I landed one cut," Naruto spat, the memory a bitter taste in his mouth. "One. And he broke me. He cursed my friend. He mocked everything I am. My training, my discipline, it was nothing to him. A child's game. I wasn't strong enough." "No," Tetsu said, his voice sharp, cutting through Naruto's self-pity. "You were not. You will likely never be strong enough to defeat a man like that in a simple contest of power. That was never the goal. That is not the purpose of the way." He stepped forward, his own Bakken held loosely in one hand. "You have forgotten your first lesson." "Why do we train, Naruto?" "To get stronger," Naruto mumbled, reciting the answer he would have given a year ago. Whack! Tetsu's Bakken moved in a blur, rapping Naruto sharply on the knuckles. Naruto yelped and dropped his own wooden sword. "Wrong," Tetsu said, his voice like iron. "A shinobi trains to get stronger. A samurai trains to become more resilient. Strength is for winning battles. Resilience is for surviving them. You are confusing the two." He pointed his Bakken at Naruto's chest. "You faced a force of nature. A calamity. You did not defeat it. But you endured it. You stood your ground when every instinct told you to run. You protected those who could not protect themselves. You held true to your code, even when the beast in your gut offered you an easier path. You did not win. You survived. And you did it with your honor intact. That is a victory greater than you can possibly understand." Naruto stared at his sensei, the old man's fierce words washing over him, clearing the fog of fear and self-doubt. He wasn't a failure because he couldn't beat Orochimaru. He was a success because he had faced him and lived to tell the tale. "He left a scar on you," Tetsu said, his gaze softening slightly as he looked at Naruto's shoulder, then gesturing towards his stomach. "More than one, I'd wager. These scars are a part of you now. You can let them be a source of fear, a reminder of your weakness. Or you can let them be a reminder of what you endured. A testament to your resilience." He tossed Naruto's Bakken back to him. Naruto caught it. It felt different in his hand now. Not a tool of victory, but a symbol of his will to endure. "The path you have chosen is a lonely one," Tetsu said, his voice quiet again. "It is not about fame, or power, or becoming the Hokage. It is a daily struggle. A constant reaffirmation of an oath. To be a shield. To be a mirror. To be the calm center in the heart of the storm." That oath was tested. And it held. Now the real training begins. Not to get stronger. But to forge a will of steel that will not break, no matter what horrors the world throws at it. Naruto looked down at the wooden sword in his hands. He thought of Sasuke, lost and drowning in a borrowed, poisonous power. He thought of Sakura, brave and terrified. He thought of Kakashi, carrying the weight of his team. He thought of Jiraiya's warnings, of the coming darkness. The fear was still there, a cold knot in his stomach. But it wasn't paralyzing anymore. It was just a fact. A part of the landscape he had to navigate. He took a deep, centering breath. He settled into Chuden no Kami. This time, his stance was perfect. Rooted. Immovable. He raised his eyes to meet his sensei's. The fear was there, but so was something else. A quiet, unyielding resolve. His oath. He had been tested, and his oath had held. He would not let it break. He would carry the weight of his fear, the weight of his scars, and he would keep walking his path. Not for strength. Not for victory. But for the resilience to protect the people who were his world. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The crossroads. The month leading up to the Chunin exam finals was, in a word, weird. For the first time since he was 7, Naruto's life wasn't defined by a sharp, jarring split between the disciplined swordsman and the village idiot. The mask was off, at least for the people who mattered, and the result was a strange, disorienting sense of freedom mixed with a whole new kind of pressure. He didn't have to pretend to be a failure anymore, but that meant he actually had to succeed. The biggest change, however, came in the form of a man who was equal parts legend and public nuisance. "Alright, brat, lesson 1. Jiraiya's voice boomed across the secluded training ground, a small, forgotten clearing with a waterfall that he'd somehow claimed for their private use. Forget everything you think you know about chakra. Your whole approach is wrong, wrong, wrong. Naruto, who was in the middle of a simple breathing exercise Tetsu had taught him, opened one eye. My approach seems to have worked out okay so far, pervy sage. Jiraiya struck a pose, jabbing a thumb at his own chest. Okay is for genin. We're aiming for legendary. Your sensei, the spooky blacksmith guy, taught you control, right? Taught you to be a calm little mirror, to keep the big bad fox in his cage. That's cute. Adorable, even. He leaned in, his grin turning sharp. But you're not a mirror, kid. You're a freaking volcano. You've got more raw chakra than the entire graduating class combined, times 10. Trying to contain that, to bottle it up and use just a tiny little drop, is like trying to put out a forest fire with a teacup. It's stupid and it's a waste of a perfectly good forest fire. He tossed Naruto a water balloon. Your new lesson isn't control. It's chaos. It's about taking that raging storm inside you and giving it a purpose. I'm gonna teach you a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage himself. My greatest student. The Rasengan. Naruto's eyes went wide. A jutsu from the fourth Hokage. The man who had sealed the Kyuubi inside him. The legendary hero of the village. For real. For real, Jiraiya said, his voice taking on a rare note of seriousness. It's the pinnacle of shape manipulation. Pure, rotating chakra. No hand signs. Just pure, unadulterated power in the palm of your hand. It took the fourth 3 years to create it. You've got a month. He grinned. Should be plenty of time. Now, pop that balloon. Using only your chakra. No squeezing, no poking. Just spin the water inside until it bursts from the pressure. Go. For the next 3 days, Naruto hated water balloons with a passion he usually reserved for Sasuke's smug face. The task sounded simple. It was, he quickly discovered, monumentally, infuriatingly difficult. His whole training, his entire philosophy, was built on precise, linear movements. A cut. A thrust. A block. All straight lines and perfect arcs. This was different. This was about creating a vortex, a contained storm. He'd hold the balloon, close his eyes, and try to channel his chakra. He could make the water slosh around. He could make it wiggle. He could even, when he got frustrated, heat it up until it was uncomfortably warm. But he couldn't make it spin. His chakra would surge, a powerful, direct force, and just stop. It was like trying to turn a corner at 100 miles an hour. You're still thinking like a swordsman. Jiraiya yelled from his perch on a rock, where he was shamelessly scribbling in a little notebook, occasionally giggling to himself. You're trying to push the water. You can't push it in a circle. You have to let it flow. Imagine a whirlpool, you blockhead. Let your chakra go wild, just give it a direction to go wild in. Naruto growled in frustration, his hand shaking with the effort. He was channeling so much chakra into the balloon that it was glowing with a faint blue light, but the water inside remained stubbornly still. He threw the balloon at a tree, where it bounced off harmlessly. "This is impossible," he shouted. "So was facing Orochimaru, but you did that," Jiraiya shot back without looking up from his notes. "Your problem isn't power. It isn't control. It's your mindset. You've spent 5 years building a cage inside yourself, not just for the fox, but for your own power. You think discipline means restriction. But real discipline, kid, is about knowing when to let go. You can't guide a hurricane with a pair of tweezers. You've got to become the eye of the storm." The eye of the storm. The phrase snagged in Naruto's mind. Tetsu had said something similar. To be the calm center. But Jiraiya meant something different. Tetsu meant being a passive, immovable point around which the chaos of battle flowed. Jiraiya meant being an active, driving force, the very thing that gave the chaos its shape and power. It was a subtle difference, but it was everything. He picked up another water balloon. He closed his eyes. He didn't try to find his small, quiet center of blue chakra this time. Instead, he reached out, mentally, to the raging furnace of the Kyuubi's power. He didn't try to draw on it, not yet. He just felt it. The sheer, untamed chaos. The raw, directionless energy. It was terrifying. But it was also powerful. He took a breath. He wasn't going to fight it. He wasn't going to contain it. He was going to use its rhythm. He imagined the wild, swirling energy, and with his own chakra, he created a channel, a circular path inside the balloon. He didn't try to force the water to move. He just opened the gate, inviting the chaos to flow along the path he had created. 4. A second, nothing happened. Then, he felt it. A tiny tremor. The water inside the balloon began to move. Not in a slosh, but in a slow, lazy swirl. He focused, his brow furrowed in concentration, reinforcing the channel, making the path clearer. The swirl got faster. And faster. The balloon started to vibrate in his hand. He could feel the pressure building, the water inside spinning into a tiny, powerful vortex. He grinned. He was doing it. He was, pop. The balloon exploded with the force of a small firecracker, spraying his face with cold water. He stood there, dripping and stunned, for a long moment. Then a huge, triumphant grin spread across his face. He had done it. "Well, I'll be," Jiraiya said, finally looking up from his book. He had a genuinely impressed look on his face. "You actually did it. Took you long enough." His grin returned. "Don't get cocky, kid. That was step 1. Now you get to do it with this." He tossed Naruto a solid rubber ball. "No water inside this one. You've got to pop it with pure rotational force. This is the part that separates the men from the boys. Most people take months. Have fun." And just like that, Naruto was back to square one, his earlier triumph immediately forgotten in the face of a new, even more impossible task. A few days into his new, frustrating relationship with rubber balls, his routine was interrupted. He was heading to his secret dojo after a grueling, fruitless session with Jiraiya, wanting to clear his head with the familiar comfort of his kata. The area around the dojo was his sanctuary, a place no one else ever went. Which was why the figure standing at the edge of the clearing, looking at the dilapidated old building, immediately set every one of his senses on high alert. It was not a ninja. The man was tall and lean, his posture ramrod straight. He wore a simple, dark blue gi and hakama, traditional samurai attire, with a formal haori jacket over it. His hair was long and black, tied back in a neat, severe topknot. 2 swords, a katana and a wakizashi, were tucked into his obi sash. The daisho. The soul of the samurai. He wasn't radiating chakra like a shinobi. His presence was a different kind of energy. A deep, quiet stillness that was somehow more intimidating than Jiraiya's boisterous power. He stood with his back to Naruto, simply observing the dojo, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Naruto's hand went instinctively to the ninjato Hiruzen had given him, which he now wore at his hip. He didn't draw it. He approached slowly, his steps silent on the soft earth. Tetsu was in his forge, he wouldn't have noticed the visitor. It has been a long time since I have seen a dojo of the Tenjin Itoryu, the man said, his voice a calm, low baritone. He didn't turn around. He had known Naruto was there the whole time. They were all but wiped out during the Unification Wars. A casualty of the rise of the shinobi villages. Naruto stopped about 10 feet away. Who are you? The man finally turned. His face was sharp and angular, with high cheekbones and intelligent, observant eyes. He looked to be in his late 20s. There was no headband on his forehead. Instead, the crest of a stylized iron helmet was embroidered on the collar of his haori. My name is Mifune Kenshin, he said, his eyes flicking from Naruto's face to the ninjato at his hip, then to the large scroll on his back where his real sword was hidden. I have come from the land of iron. The land of iron. The neutral country of the samurai. The place Tetsu had spoken of with a strange mixture of reverence and sadness. A land that had rejected the way of the ninja and held true to the old codes. What do you want? Naruto asked, his stance shifting almost imperceptibly, his weight settling, ready for a fight. Kenshin gave a small, wry smile. Peace, Uzumaki Naruto. I have not come to fight. He inclined his head in a short, formal bow. I have come with a message from our general, Mifune. He has heard interesting tales. Tales of a shinobi from Konoha who moves like a ghost. A boy who faced the demon of the mist not with ninjutsu, but with a blade and a duelist stance. A warrior who defended his comrades with a skill that has not been seen in these lands for generations. Naruto's guard didn't lower. They're just stories. Are they? Kenshin's gaze was piercing. The way you stand now, the way you move to approach me, the way your hand rests on your hilt, those are not the movements of a shinobi. They are the movements of one who has walked the path of the sword. They are familiar. He took a slow, deliberate step forward. The samurai of the land of iron are concerned. The shinobi arts have brought nothing but endless war to this continent. We have remained neutral, a bastion of the old ways. To hear that a shinobi, and not just any shinobi, but the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, is practicing a samurai art, it could be seen as a great insult. A perversion of our code. Naruto's hand tightened on his hilt. It's not an insult. It's my way. It has nothing to do with you. Perhaps, Kenshin conceded. Or perhaps it has everything to do with us. General Mifune is a man who values action over rumor. He does not believe in condemnation without understanding. Which is why he has sent me. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. He extends to you an invitation. After your Chunin exams are concluded, he invites you to journey to the land of iron. Not as a shinobi, but as a swordsman. To be tested. To have your skill and your spirit judged by the masters of our arts. To determine if you are a blasphemy, or a miracle. Naruto was floored. An invitation. To the home of the samurai. To be judged by them. It was a validation he had never, in his wildest dreams, thought possible. A part of him, the lonely boy who found solace in the dusty dojo, soared. But another part, the genin of the leaf, the teammate of Sasuke and Sakura, was wary. Why? Naruto asked. Why would your general care about some kid from Konoha? Because the world is changing, Kenshin said, his voice grim. Great powers are moving in the shadows. Orochimaru slithers free. A group called the Akatsuki gathers the tailed beasts for some nefarious purpose. The age of shinobi may be coming to a violent end. In such times, new paths, new alliances, must be considered. He looked at Naruto, his gaze intense. A bridge between our two worlds, a shinobi with the heart of a samurai, could be a powerful symbol. Or a dangerous one. The general wishes to find out which. He reached into his haori and produced a small, rolled-up scroll, tied with a simple white cord. This is a formal letter of invitation. It will grant you safe passage through our lands. The choice to come is yours alone. But know this, the path you walk is a lonely one here in the land of fire. In the land of iron, you may find kindred spirits. He placed the scroll on a nearby rock, then turned. We will be watching your final match with great interest, Uzumaki Naruto. Do not disappoint us. And with a final, formal bow, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the trees as silently as he had arrived, leaving Naruto alone with a rubber ball in one pocket, and a choice that could redefine his entire future in the other. The last few weeks before the finals were a blur of frenzied, focused activity. Naruto didn't mention the samurai's invitation to anyone, not even Kakashi. It was a heavy secret, a crossroads that lay in his future, and he needed to deal with the crossroads that was directly in front of him first, his match against Niji Hyuga. He saw his teammates periodically. Kakashi had taken Sasuke under his wing for some intense, private training. Naruto would catch glimpses of them in remote training grounds, the air crackling with lightning chakra. He and Sasuke crossed paths once, near a dango shop. They didn't speak. They just stopped and looked at each other for a long moment. Sasuke looked different. The wild, desperate anger was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp focus. The curse mark was a silent, ugly promise on his neck, but he seemed to have it under control, for now. There was a new jutsu crackling at his fingertips, a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. He looked powerful. He looked dangerous. He looked at Naruto, at the simple ninjato at his hip, and the rivalry in his eyes was still there, burning as hot as ever. But it was different now. It wasn't just the need to dominate the dead last. It was the need to prove that his path, the path of borrowing power for the sake of revenge, was the correct one. He gave Naruto a curt, almost imperceptible nod, a challenge and an acknowledgement in one, and then he was gone. Naruto saw Sakura too, but she was mostly a worried blur, shuttling between visiting Sasuke and bringing Naruto food, convinced that his training with Jiraiya consisted solely of peeping at bathhouses. Her own training was less flashy. Kakashi had her working on the fundamentals, chakra control, genjutsu dissipation, strategic analysis. She was finding her place, not as a frontline combatant, but as the sharp, tactical mind of the team. He even ran into Hinata one afternoon. She was practicing by a river, her movements with the gentle fist style surprisingly fierce and determined. She was trying to master the protective 8 trigrams 64 palms, a technique her father had told her was beyond her. She was trying to prove him, and everyone, wrong. She saw him watching and immediately flushed bright red, stammering. But she didn't faint. She didn't run away. She looked him in the eye. "And Naruto-kun. Gee, good luck in your match. I know. I know you will be amazing." He was so used to whispers and glares, or the tense rivalry of Sasuke, that the simple, unadulterated sincerity of her support caught him completely off guard. He felt a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with chakra. "Thanks. Hinata," he said, giving her a real, genuine smile, not his usual loud grin. "You too. Show that Niji guy what you're made of." She beamed, a brilliant, beautiful smile, before turning back to her training with a newfound vigor. The simple, quiet moment of connection was a greater motivator than any of Jiraiya's shouting. It was 2 days before the finals that the breakthrough finally happened. Naruto was at the waterfall, the rubber ball in his hand feeling less like a tool and more like a personal enemy. He had been trying for weeks. He could make it vibrate, he could dent it, but he couldn't pop it. He was at his wit's end. You're still thinking about it as two separate things. Jiraiya's voice came from behind him. He had appeared without a sound. You're trying to be a ninja, then you're trying to be a swordsman. You're trying to use your chakra, then you're trying to use your body. The fourth's genius wasn't just in making the jutsu, it was in understanding that chakra and the body are one and the same. The Rasengan isn't just shape manipulation. It's an extension of the user's own physical rotation. Stop trying to force it with just chakra. The words clicked. An extension of the user's physical rotation. Naruto looked at his own katana, which was leaning against a rock. He thought about his training with Tetsu. The thousands upon thousands of practice swings. He thought about the core principle of a perfect cut. It wasn't in the arms. It was in the hips. A powerful, explosive rotation of the entire body, channeled through the arms and into the blade. A spiral of power. A spiral. He put the rubber ball away. He picked up his sword. He took a deep breath, settling into the familiar stance for an Iajutsu draw. His left hand on the scabbard, his right hand on the hilt. He closed his eyes, his mind going to that place of perfect calm, the moment before the strike. He held out his other hand, palm up. He didn't try to force the chakra. He just began the motion of the cut. He felt his hips twist, his shoulders turn, his body coiling and uncoiling in a single, perfect, explosive movement. And as he did, he channeled his chakra into his open palm, not pushing it, but letting it follow the same spiral, the same powerful rotation as his own body. He felt it. The chaotic swirl from the water balloon practice. The intense pressure from the rubber ball attempts. But this time, it was different. It wasn't just his chakra. It was his body and his chakra, moving in perfect, violent harmony. A small, unstable, but perfect sphere of swirling blue energy formed in his palm. It was the Rasengan. It was wild, and it felt like it would tear his own arm off, but it was there. He didn't try to hold it. He completed the motion of the cut, his empty hand swinging in a perfect arc, the Rasengan following the line of an invisible blade. The sphere of chakra slammed into the rock face beside the waterfall. The explosion was deafening. It wasn't a fiery blast. It was a grinding, concussive force. The rock didn't shatter, it was gouged out, a perfect spiral carved deep into the stone, cracks spreading out from the point of impact. Naruto was thrown back by the force, landing hard on the ground, his arm screaming in protest, scraped raw from the jutsu's unstable power. He stared at the damage, his eyes wide, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He had done it. He had found the key. He hadn't created a new technique, not yet. But he understood. The Rasengan wasn't just a ninjutsu. It was the philosophy of the sword, given form. Jiraiya stood there, his mouth slightly agape, the usual smirk gone, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated shock. He looked from the destroyed rock face to the exhausted boy on the ground. He combined them, Jiraiya whispered to himself. The fourth's masterpiece and the way of the samurai. Kid, what in the hell are you? The day of the finals was bright and hot. The stadium was packed to the rafters, a roaring, seething mass of civilians and shinobi from every nation, all buzzing with excitement. Naruto walked through the tunnels beneath the stands, the sound of the crowd a dull, thunderous roar that vibrated through the stone floor. He wasn't wearing his usual orange jacket. He'd left it in his apartment. Instead, he wore a simple, dark blue, long-sleeved shirt and black shinobi pants, the same colors as the samurai who had visited him. It was a subtle, personal acknowledgement of the path he was on. The ninjato Hiruzen had given him was at his left hip, its hilt plain and functional. His true sword, his soul, was still in the scroll on his back. He wouldn't draw it unless he had to. This was a match, not a battle to the death. He met the other finalists in the waiting area. Shikamaru was complaining about how much of a drag this all was. Shino was silent and inscrutable. Gaara stood in a corner, radiating an aura of bloodlust that made everyone give him a wide berth. And Sasuke. Sasuke wasn't there. Kakashi had informed the proctor that he would be arriving late. Finally, it was time. The proctor, Genma Shiranui, a man with a senbon perpetually stuck in his mouth, led them out into the blinding sunlight of the arena floor. The roar of the crowd was a physical blow. Thousands of eyes were on them. The preliminary matches were announced. The first fight, Uzumaki Naruto vs Niji Hyuga. The crowd reaction was a confused murmur. Most of them only knew Naruto as the prankster, the Jinchuriki, the dead last. They were expecting a quick, brutal victory for the famed Hyuga prodigy. Naruto walked to the center of the arena, his sandals scuffing in the dirt. He felt the weight of 1,000 gazes. He saw the Hokage and the Kazekage watching from the Kage box. He saw Jiraiya in the stands, giving him a subtle thumbs up. He saw Sakura and Ino and the others watching from the contestants' booth. He saw the two samurai, Kenshin and an older, even more severe-looking man who must be General Mifune, sitting in a special dignitary section, their faces impassive, their eyes missing nothing. He wasn't just fighting for himself anymore. He was fighting for his friends, for his sensei, for the future of a path no one else understood. He looked across the arena at his opponent. Niji Hyuga stood there, his arms crossed, his pale, pupilless Byakugan eyes filled with a calm, arrogant certainty. He saw Naruto not as a person, but as a failure, a lesser being whose fate was already sealed. "Your match is about to begin," Genma said, his voice bored. "Are you ready?" Niji didn't even look at Naruto. He looked up at the sky. Fate has already decided the outcome of this battle. It was over before it began. Naruto didn't rise to the bait. He didn't shout. He didn't make a grand declaration. He just took a deep, centering breath, the roar of the crowd fading away until the only thing he could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat. He placed his hand on the hilt of his ninjato, the cool rap of the handle a familiar comfort. He wasn't the Ninetales Jinchuriki. He wasn't the village prankster. He wasn't even just a shinobi of the leaf anymore. He was Uzumaki Naruto. A swordsman. And his path was his own to forge. He opened his eyes and met Niji's condescending gaze with a look of calm, unyielding steel. "Begin," Genma declared, leaping back. The crossroads was behind him. The fight was here. Chapter 8 End.